Chapter 270. Qin Shuriwes said, "Very good. Shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that although urine doesn't look good on the surface, the food inside is superb. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The shopkeeper's face was a little red. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. How can my small inn be so generous? This was all arranged by a previous master. Even a chef was brought by him. Mine hasn't even processed this kind of food." "Oh, where's the person you mentioned? Why don't you come in and see me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "That master has already left before you three came to the town. He just told me to serve you well. How does the person you mentioned look like? How is he dressed? Can you leave your name?" "Sir Qin, please forgive me. That master specially told me not to say much. I just said that he was an old friend of yours. I don't know his name." "Oh, so it's like this. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. We've already eaten and drunk enough. Let's arrange for a rest early." "Yes, sir. Mine has been emptied. Today, I specially receive 3 masters. Please follow me." After that, he took the 3 people to a quiet courtyard at the back. He smiled apologetically and said, "There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please take a rest. I'll wait here. If you have any requests, just call me." Qin Shuriwa nodded. She looked at the small courtyard and went straight to the room in the middle. Ingfei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and also chose a room. These 2 people were a little worried during the day. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would run away. At night, they were completely relieved. They knew that even if he ran away, he wouldn't run far. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the shopkeeper standing respectfully at the door of the courtyard, she thought, "Let the shopkeeper personally guard the door. It must be a lot of money." Then, she went to the last room. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been with Qin Shuriwei and the others for the past few days. Other than absorbing the yuan qi from the yuan stones and meditating on the earth escape technique, he didn't have time to practice the fist of the North Star and the sword moves with his left hand. Today, he was finally alone in a room. He didn't plan to practice the fist and sword moves. Although the Fist of the North Star was something he had created, seeing how much importance hung attached to it, it must have something to do with the immortal Tao. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qin Shuriwei saw this, he would definitely be in trouble. He had been meditating on the earth escape technique for the past few days, but he didn't dare to try it out rashly. Qin Shuriwei had also seen the auspicious 3 treasures of the 3 talent flag formation. Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes and meditated for a while to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Then, she recalled the incantation of the Earth Escape technique. Combining the incantation she had comprehended these days, she used her hands to make the incantation. There were many incantations for the Earth Escape technique. There were actually 9 of them. Each of them was different and needed to be continuous. Zhang Xiaohua, who was new to the incantation, didn't know how to start. Thinking about the incantation she saw in Ma Rulong's mansion, Zhang Xiaohua decided to ignore the incantation for now. First, she understood the first incantation. In fact, the incantation was the same as the breathing technique of the Heart Sutra. They were both particular about the rhythm, where the incantation should be and where the jinqi should be. If there was a master to teach, one only needed to point out the secret. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have such good fortune. She could only fumble around on her own. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to get started. However, this also had its advantages. After all, she had fumbled around on her own. She was clear about all the pros and cons. As long as she got started, it would be easy to practice all kinds of incantations in the future. It wouldn't be like learning from predecessors. When practicing other incantations, one still had to rely on a master's guidance. If she practiced it on her own, it would be even more difficult. As expected, although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt that she had comprehended quite well these days and only lacked the final practice, when she really started, alas, it was simply too horrible to look at. No matter how her fingers moved, she couldn't reach the realm described in the incantation. And no matter what, the jinqi in her body couldn't coordinate with the changes in her hand gestures. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be impetuous and have the thought of relaxing. But Zhang Xiaohua was different. This fellow's intelligence might not be high, and his talent might not be good, but there was one advantage. Once he had identified a direction, he would dive in until he found a result. No matter if it was success or failure, he would have no regrets. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already had this kind of experience when practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. There was no such thing as a failure in one go. Success only came once in a million times. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. He just continued to gesture until his fingers were sore. Only then did he take a short break to absorb some of the Jinqi. Actually, in the Ma residence, Ma Rulong had already said that the qi of heaven and earth was showing signs of recovery. But from what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could see, there weren't many more strands of Jinqi in this world. If he only relied on the Jinqi of heaven and earth normally, this Carefree Heart Sutra definitely wouldn't improve even an inch. His cultivation still relied on that Jinqi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this tiny Jinqi, it was rather miraculous. Zhang Xiaohua had been absorbing with all his might for so long, but the Jinqi in the Jinqi didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua grin. If it was the Carefree Heart Sutra, it would be completely absorbed in a few times. Although the Jinqi in his money pouch was huge, it wouldn't be used for long. But now, this tiny Jinqi had taken him so long. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the future. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua attributed this phenomenon to the fact that he had just entered the qi refinement realm, so the amount of Jinqi he absorbed was still small. When he reached more than 10 layers in the future, it probably wouldn't be enough. But didn't know Peng, Ma Rulong, and that whatever Sakura say that the qi of heaven and earth was increasing? Perhaps at that time, he wouldn't need to use the Jinqi anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua finished absorbing, he began to try again. He didn't know how many times he tried, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little mischievous in his heart. There was a bit less anticipation in his heart, and he returned to his usual, tranquil state of mind. Perhaps it was this kind of state of mind that had no desires or desires. During a certain practice, he suddenly felt that the Jinqi he was forming in his hand had a great attractive force, attracting the Jinqi that just happened to reach a certain point. This attractive force was so great that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't resist it. In an instant, all the Jinqi in his body was sucked dry and directly poured into the Jinqi in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had thoroughly comprehended this Jinqi and could also truly put it into practice. Thus, he immediately changed his hand gesture and began to form the next Jinqi. Perhaps it was because he didn't form the Jinqi correctly, or perhaps the Jinqi in his body was exhausted, but in any case, the second Jinqi didn't succeed. Immediately, the Jinqi that had just been sucked out dissipated in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache. This was the Jinqi that he had cultivated for many days. How could it be all gone in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to draw out the Jinqi that had just dissipated. This was the qi of heaven and earth, which was very precious, and it couldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, even if Zhang Xiaohua acted in time, he could only reabsorb nearly 60% of the Jinqi, and the remaining 40% dissipated between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't regret it. In terms of his gains today, he was willing to bear this loss. It was just absorbing more Jinqi. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to try the Jinqi. Instead, he took out a Jinqi stone from his arms, one in each hand, and sat cross-legged, quietly absorbing the Jinqi. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The endless starlight once again surrounded his body. The Jinqi stone in his hand was also emitting a faint light, which was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi. The Jinqi stone was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's absorption. In less than a moment, the Jinqi that Zhang Xiaohua had lost was replenished, and the Jinqi in the Jinqi stone was still constantly absorbed into his body. In another room, Qin Shuriwei and Ying Fei were talking. Qin Shuriwei pointed to a bag on the table and said, "Ying Fei, go out and give all the ancient jade articles collected in the past few days to the local contact point. Ask them to send them to sect master as soon as possible. Ingfei stepped forward, picked up the bag, and said, "Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. However, today's matter is a bit strange. Shall we avoid it first and wait until tomorrow to send it out?" Qin Shuriwei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Although we still don't know who it is, it won't do us any harm. Everything should be unchanged." This Jade article is something that Sect Master is looking forward to. It's better to send it back to Sect Master as soon as possible. Ingfei said with a smile, "In fact, this kind of thing can be done by us. Why bother you, my lord?" Qin Shuriwei said, "Ingfei, you still don't understand the importance of this task. If it wasn't necessary, do you think Sect Master would send me out? If it weren't for me, could you have escaped from Marulong in Xinji town?" Ingfei immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, I was careless. I'll do it now." By the way, Qin Shuriwei stopped Ingfei and asked, "The boy who calls himself Ren Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, right?" "Of course. I don't know what kind of reincarnation this guy is. When it's time, he will sleep like a log and won't wake up. If he wakes up now, even God will laugh at him. During this time, did you feel that someone was following you?" "No, my lord. It's strange. We have caught Ren Xiaoyao in our hands. Why isn't the force behind him in a hurry to hide? Is it really as he said, that he has nothing to do with this cauldron?" "That might not be the case, sir. Perhaps he's just a pawn who knows little about their organization. Even if we caught him, they had enough confidence that we wouldn't be able to find anything on them. That's why they've been abandoned. Well, there is this possibility. But no matter what, we have to bring this burden back to the sect. Whether he has nothing to do with this matter or is just a pawn, let Sect Master decide. Anyway, Sect Master will definitely blame us if we don't bring back the cauldron. I only hope that the other things we bring back can move Sect Master's heart." Chapter 271. The next morning, the three of them got up and ate a sumptuous breakfast before getting up and continuing their journey. For the next 2 days, they didn't encounter any larger towns along the way, so they didn't receive any more hospitality. This was understandable since the host of the event didn't want them to know who they were, so they wouldn't get anyone to entertain them personally. They could only rely on the local inns or restaurants. If there wasn't even a slightly larger town, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. What Zhang Xiaohua did not understand was what was going on with the Righteous Alliance. The auspicious three treasures were killed, Qiu Shidao was killed, and the Ma family was also massacred. Presumably, this news had already spread throughout the entire Jianghu. The Righteous Alliance's face was shattered by Qin Shuriwei, so why didn't they think of getting back their face? If the Righteous Alliance could send a more powerful opponent to kill or injure Qin Shuriwei, then wouldn't he be able to fish in troubled waters? Ever since that night, when he successfully practiced the Earth Escape technique in an inn in the Four Seas, the fire of escape in his heart was ignited again. However, there were as many as 9 Earth Escape techniques, and he had only just learned one. Moreover, just the first one had already drained all of his true qi. He didn't know if the later ones would also require the same amount of true qi. If that was the case, then he would have to cultivate 9 more true qi before he could use them. But if he waited until he cultivated enough Zhen qi, then he would have already been skinned alive by the Dragon God sect leader. That would be too late. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who did not understand. Qin Shuriwei and Ingfei also did not understand. Ever since they killed the auspicious 3 treasures, they were constantly on guard against the Righteous Alliance's counterattack. But these few days were very ordinary. Other than that very abrupt reception, everything else was dull and boring. If the Righteous Alliance was very confident that they could take down the auspicious 3 treasures and did not leave a backup plan at that time, of course they would believe it. Even he himself felt a lingering fear for being able to escape from the 3 treasures flag formation. But this news had already been spread out for several days. Even if the Righteous Alliance's reaction was slow, their people should have already arrived. However, they had not encountered them yet. Could it be that they were going to make a big move? Thinking of this, Qin Shuriwei felt a little uneasy. However, she had already sent the news back to the sect. Her master and the sect leader had no reason to ignore it. She had to go. Fei rode his horse forward and said with a smile, "My lord, there's another town in front of us. I don't know if there will be any hospitality for us. I haven't been eating or drinking well these past few days. My mouth has been bland." Qin Shuriwa smiled and said, "Maybe. How far are we from the town?" "My lord, about 2 meals worth of time." "All right, let's hurry over and take a look." However, when they saw that the town was right in front of them, and they didn't see anyone who had inquired like last time, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when they rode into the town, they saw a few people standing by the roadside. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Shiyue's gray hair, he was very happy. He hurried forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Qin and Uncle Ing?" The three of them thought at the same time. "All right, here it comes." Fei stepped forward and said, "It's us. What can I do for you?" "I'm a shopkeeper of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in the town. A few days ago, a master ordered a meal in the restaurant for you. I've been waiting here for 2 days. Please follow me and enjoy the meal." The Four Seas restaurant? It seems that the inn we stayed in a few days ago was also called the Four Seas restaurant. "Yes, my lord, my Four Seas restaurant is a chain business. There are branches in various places. They're all inns and restaurants. If you need it, please take care of it." "Well said, well said. Let's go." The shopkeeper and the others personally led the horses and took the three of them to a restaurant in the town. The restaurant was located in a lively area of the town. It was business time, but there were few people. Qin Shuriwe couldn't help but frown. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly explained that Master booked the whole restaurant to entertain Master Qin. "I thought you came yesterday, so I didn't open yesterday. It's the same today, so it looks deserted. Usually it's full of people. Our Four Seas restaurant's food is the best in this town. You'll know when you eat it." Qin Shuriwe smiled and didn't say anything. This shopkeeper was quite good at deceiving people. If it was the same as last time, the ingredients were not prepared by this restaurant. However, since the shopkeeper was so attentive, she didn't need to expose him. Sure enough, when they entered the restaurant, they saw a big table in front of them. Tea and dried fruits were served just like last time. Not long after they sat down, wine and delicious food were served. However, the food this time was different from last time. There were many things that Zhang Xiaohua had never eaten before. This time, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Ing Fei sighed in his heart. Who is this person that I have never met before? I have to bear with his thoughts. It must be hard for him to bear such thoughts. Qin Shuriwa looked at the food on the table thoughtfully. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to eat. The taste of being a prisoner was really good. If it weren't for the fact that he had no freedom, he would want to follow Qin Shuriwa for the rest of his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wolfing down the food, Qin Shuriwa snickered inwardly. Why is this guy eating so unsightly? He doesn't seem to have any manners at all. Which faction is training their disciples? Why don't they teach them proper etiquette and social etiquette? Although fighting and killing are important in Jianghu now, being gentle and elegant is also indispensable. But when she turned her head to look at Ing Fei, she felt dizzy. Why did he pick up the food carelessly like Zhang Xiaohua? Why did he learn nothing but to eat after following Zhang Xiaohua for a few days? Qin Shuriwe couldn't help coughing in a low voice. When Ing Fei looked up, Qin Shuriwe glared at him fiercely. Ing Fei immediately understood something and immediately began to eat obediently. Zhang Xiaohua also looked up when he heard the cough and looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing that Ing Fei didn't compete with him for delicious food, he was very happy and buried his head in eating again. Qin Shuriwe and Ing Fei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 3 of them in the restaurant, they would have pretended not to know this guy. When the 3 of them were eating happily, suddenly there was a disharmonious sound. They heard a loud voice outside the restaurant. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, is your restaurant a restaurant or not? It's time to eat. Why don't you let us in to eat?" "Hero, please don't be angry. My restaurant has been booked out. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. If you like the food in my restaurant, please come tonight or tomorrow. I'll definitely give you a 20% discount. Nonsense. I'll leave this damn place in the afternoon. Who has time to patronize? When you came here yesterday, you said it was booked. I'll give you face and find another restaurant. But when I passed by this restaurant, I didn't see anyone eating here. Why did you book it out today? Are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare. The Four Seas restaurant operates in accordance with the principle of reputation. How would we dare to trick customers? This time there really is someone. They didn't come yesterday and only came today. How about this, hero? I'll send a waiter to go with you to another restaurant and let them give you a 50% discount. What do you think? Bah, there are only 2 big restaurants in this town. I already ate yesterday. Do you want me to go again today? Moreover, how can you book out a restaurant for 2 days and wait for customers? You're not being honest. I want to see where this god is from. He actually dares to put on such airs. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, please spare me. Why don't you come over tonight, and I'll give you a 5% discount. Move. I want to go in and take a look. Please don't. Give me some face, okay? Give you face? Fuck, who'll give me face? I already gave you face yesterday. Don't ask for face today. Uncle, I beg you. How about I give you a 10% discount tonight? This is the lowest discount I can give. I've never asked for this before. The 2 people's words came closer and closer. Their loud voices actually broke into the restaurant. The person who entered the restaurant was a 9-foot-tall, burly man. The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very sure in front of him. No wonder he couldn't stop him. In the hall, Chin Shuriwa held a small wine cup and slowly tasted the amber wine. She had a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The burly man pushed the shopkeeper into the hall. When he saw Chin Shuriwa's white hair, he was immediately stunned. The middle-aged shopkeeper turned around and said apologetically, Uncle Chin, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't stop this hero. Just as Chin Shuriwa was about to speak, the burly man pushed the shopkeeper to the side and put on a servile expression. He smiled and said, Lord Chin, this little one knew that you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast to you. However, the shopkeeper wouldn't let this little one in no matter what. That's why there was a conflict. It's a misunderstanding. Then, he jogged over, picked up the wine jug, and carefully poured wine for Chin Shuriwa. This action stunned the shopkeeper. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to watch the show, was greatly disappointed. She lowered her head and continued eating. Chin Shuriwa looked at the wine cup in her hand and asked, How did you recognize me? The burly man quickly smiled apologetically and said, Uncle Chin just slaughtered the Ma family and is now very famous in the Jianghu. How could I not know? Slaughtered the Ma family? That's right, Lord Chin. You're so impressive. Rumor has it that when you passed by Ma Rulong's house in Xinji Town, you gave him face and paid him a visit, but he treated you poorly because you didn't bring a birthday gift. In a fit of anger, you slaughtered all 305 members of the Ma family. What do you think of Ma Rulong? Isn't it a blessing that Lord Chin is willing to visit him? He was still picky and wanted Uncle Chin to celebrate his birthday. Now, he's lost his lifespan. There's such a rumor? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise her head from the table. Chapter 272. Zhang Xiaohua had personally witnessed the atrocities in the Ma mansion. If one were to say that Chin Shuriwa was vicious and merciless, that was for sure. But if one were to say that he was cruel and killed the innocent, that was absolutely not the case. The rumors in Jianghu were too small and unreliable. What else is there in Jianghu? Nothing, Lord Chin. Your decisiveness makes us very envious. We can't wait to follow you and kill all the people you don't like. Oh, right, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, has made a solemn protest to the Dragon God sect. He asked the Dragon God sect to hand over the murderer and severely punish the murderer. Moreover, he also contacted many small sects in Jianghu and issued a statement urging the sect to take responsibility for the tragedy of the Ma family. What else? In addition, the Dragon God sect also issued a statement expressing their regret for the tragedy of the Ma family. They said that this matter is Lord Chin's personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect itself. The sect also has a friendly relationship with the sects in Jianghu based on the 7 principles. In addition, they expressed their deep condolences for the death of Qiu Shidao of the Righteous Alliance. They also started a craze in the sect to practice martial arts to protect oneself. They proposed the slogan, "If your skills are not as good as others, don't go into Jianghu." Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eating, seemed to be shocked by these words and choked. Zhang Xiaohua drank water and thought to herself, "I was wondering why the Righteous Alliance didn't do anything. It turns out that they were just fighting a war of words." Ingfei rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was a country bumpkin. Qin Shiriyue thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any other news?" The big man said embarrassedly, "No, Lord Qin, I'm just a wanderer in Jianghu. This news is also what I heard. As for whether there is any other secret news, I really don't know." "Well, okay, you can go." The big man's face lit up. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine for Qin Shiriyue, put down the wine pot, and was about to leave. "Humph." Qin Shiriyue snorted coldly and said, "Are you going to leave like this? Don't you want to leave something behind?" "This." The burly man immediately began to sweat profusely. Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, "I wanted to kill you for disturbing my meal, but since you've brought me a lot of information, I'll kill you." Before Qin Shiriyue could finish speaking, the big man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a shiny dagger from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at his left wrist. But just as the dagger was about to touch his wrist, there was a bang. A wine cup hit the dagger and knocked it away. The big man looked up and saw that it was the wine cup that Qin Shiriyue threw. He couldn't help but turn pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, do you really want this little one's life? My life is worthless. Please let me go." Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, "You're a decisive man. You're willing to give up one hand because you're afraid that I'll change my mind. However, you still have to finish my words. No one will wait for me to change my mind. Don't be in a hurry to make a move before I finish my words. Lord, please speak. This little one is listening." Qin Shiriyue picked up another wine cup and poured wine into it. She slowly took a sip and said, "I originally wanted to leave one of your hands behind, but since you poured wine for me, I'll leave one of your fingers behind." "Really?" The big man couldn't believe his ears. This murderous fiend would only leave one of his fingers behind when he collided with her? "You dare to doubt my words?" Qin Shiriyue was displeased. I don't dare. The big man no longer hesitated. The dagger went down and immediately cut off the little finger of his left hand. He caught it with his hand and put it in his bosom. He didn't care about the blood dripping from his hand and the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his hands and left. The shopkeeper of the Four Seas family watched as the big man who didn't dare to announce his name from beginning to end left. He was very anxious. When he received this smiling, white-haired man, he thought that he was a good-tempered person. However, he didn't expect his temper to be so strange and his actions to be so ruthless. He slaughtered more than 300 people, and his expression didn't change at all. As for this man who collided with him, according to his ruthless heart, it was normal for him to want his life. However, just because that man offered him a toast, he only wanted his little finger. Even if that man left his hand behind, he didn't want it. It was really strange. As a result, the shopkeeper immediately raised his attention and paid attention at all times. He was afraid that he would be rude or do something wrong and anger this white-haired fiend. Qin Shiriyue was almost done eating. After the big man made a fuss, she lost her appetite. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still eating, and said, "I'm almost done eating. It's time to hurry. Let's go." After she finished speaking, she drank the last cup of wine and got up to leave. Zhang Xiaohua gloomily threw down her chopsticks and reluctantly left the table, where she had saved a lot of delicacies. The shopkeeper immediately went forward and asked, "Lord Qin, did you eat well?" "And very well. You cooked well. If there's a chance, I'll come back to eat here." If it was any other time, the shopkeeper would be very happy and look forward to the customer's reward. However, facing this fiend, how could he dare? He hoped that he would never see him again. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, "No problem, Lord Qin. If there's a chance, you'll come back to patronize this small store." Qin Shuriwa looked at his insincere expression and was too lazy to argue. She mounted her horse and casually threw a small ingot of gold to him and rode away. When the shopkeeper saw a shiny yellow object flying towards him, he thought that he had angered this fiend and that a hidden weapon was going to take his life. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that it was a piece of gold in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly and carefully picked it up. After wiping the dust off his clothes, he put it in his arms like it was a treasure. Just like this, the three of them traveled for several days. Every time they arrived at a slightly larger town, there would be a mysterious person who would arrange the best food and accommodation. What made Zhang Xiaohua so happy was that she could only hope that this journey would not end. However, Qin Shuriwei and Ying Fei still looked normal and carried out their duties as usual. Qin Shuriwei and Ying Fei's bags on the backs of their horses were so full that they almost couldn't carry it anymore. When they set off the next day, they were empty again. At first, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange and fantasized that they might also have bags of money like hers. However, after traveling for a long time, she gradually found that something was wrong. The divine sect was such a big sect, and she had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was very small. There must be their own branches or contact points in various places. Qin Shuriwei and Ying Fei only needed to go to various places to get the things that the divine sect's leader wanted. Then they would give it to other people and let them bring it back to the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Shuriwei have to drive a large carriage? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If there were bandits or something like that, wouldn't they be robbed? Oh, how would bandits dare to rob Qin Shuriwei? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. He slept from night to night, and he didn't know what they were doing. He just needed to eat and drink well, and wait for the judgment of the sect leader. Seeing that there were more and more people on the road, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there must be another town in front. Thinking of the delicious food in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua salivated. After a while, the road in front of them became wider and denser. Zhang Xiaohua realized that there were more people here than in the suburbs of Pingyang City. Presumably, there should be a big city in front of them, which would not be smaller than Pingyang City. Sure enough, Ying Fei said, "Lord Qin, Jingwei City is in front of us. It is a famous big city in the Han River. There are many scenic spots and historical sites inside and outside the city. If you have time, you should see more." Jingwei City. I haven't been here for many years. Lord, have you been here before? Ying Fei asked curiously. Yes, I have. When the divine sect subdued the 3 seas and 7 rivers, I also came here with my teacher to see. That was a grand occasion many years ago. Lord, you are lucky to have witnessed it. You are so lucky. Yes, although this matter was done secretly and there were no rumors about it in the Jianghu, it was a heavy stroke in the records of the divine sect. Alas, time is unforgiving. The young man in the past is now gray and premature. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Although Mr. Qin had a head full of white hair, he wasn't that old. He was probably in his early 30s, much younger than Openg. It was quite comical to hear him act like he had aged so much. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, this time, it didn't get further and further away. Instead, it got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw 3 riders approaching. His eyes were sharp, and he could see that the person in front was dressed in white. He was a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. He was even more beautiful than Xiao Shidao. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly, "Why are there so many handsome men in the Jianghu? I can meet them everywhere. How can I live? Just looking at it makes me feel inferior out of nowhere. It's really boring." Zhang Xiaohua silently said, "I can't see you. I can't see you." While riding, the handsome man stopped in front of them and bowed to Qin Shuriwei. "Lord Qin, I am Su Jiaodong, a subordinate of the Southern Sea Serpent King. I am here to welcome you. My father, the other 2 Sea Serpent Kings, and the leader of the 7 Waters are waiting for you. Please forgive us." "Father?" Qin Shuriwei touched his chin and said, "I have long heard of the beauty of the Southern Seas, Jiaodong. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I have met you, you really live up to your reputation. Su Jiaodong's face turned into a peach blossom. She said modestly, Lord Qin is joking. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt a chill. She did not expect Qin Shuriyue to have such a hobby. Fortunately, her appearance was ordinary and there was nothing strong about her. She was so lucky. Just now, she felt inferior because she was not handsome. Now, she changed her mind. It was good to be immortal. Su Jiaodong let Qin Shuriyue take the lead. She bowed to Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua and accompanied Qin Shuriyue. The other two attendants followed behind. The six of them rode forward. While walking, Qin Shuriyue suddenly turned around and said, Su Jiaodong, I have to thank you. Su Jiaodong was stunned. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 273. Su Jiaodong immediately came to her senses and smiled. Lord Qin, you must be joking. My father should be the one to welcome you personally, but you made such a big commotion in Xinji town. If my father goes, I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will take advantage of the situation. Even if we don't suffer any losses, we will lose face. If the leader of the Righteous Alliance loses morale, wouldn't your efforts in Xinji town be for naught? Secondly, I know that you have many important matters to attend to along the way and should not be disturbed. Therefore, I was entrusted to go and receive you. And I have never seen you before, so it's not appropriate for me to go forward rashly. That's why I came up with such a plan. Not only can I not delay your journey, but I can also complete my father's task. If there's anything wrong with the arrangement, I will apologize to you. Qin Shuriyue laughed and said, How is it wrong? It's so thoughtful. Ying Fei and Nisrin Xiaoyao almost bit their tongues off. Also, I really like your wine. I've developed a craving for it. Su Jiaodong heard and said happily, Since you like it, my father still has a lot. When we reach the city, I will prepare more for you. Hearing this handsome man call her Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all the way. She thought to herself, Is he a trap? Immediately, she used her divine senses to look at Su Jiaodong, who was riding a horse in front. Zhang Xiaohua kept chanting, See no evil, see no evil. Of course, Su Jiaodong did not have an Adam's apple, and her breasts were bulging. Men's pectorals could not compare to her. If she was not a woman, what else could she be? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately gave birth to hope that the martial world had not been taken over by handsome men. Although Jinghua City was already very close, it still took a lot of time to get there on horseback. When Jinghua City was really close, Zhang Xiaohua then saw that this was a city much bigger than Pingyang City. Not to mention the height of the city walls. Just the city gate behind the moat was twice the size of Pingyang City. Moreover, there were 2 troops of soldiers in bright armor standing on both sides of the city gate. This kind of grandeur was far from what Pingyang City could compare with. About 50 steps away from the moat, there were a few rows of people on horseback. These people were tall and short, fat and thin, yes, handsome and ugly. They all had a respectful look. When they saw Qin Shuriyue's white hair, 3 hale and hearty old men standing in front of her immediately rode forward. When they got close, they dismounted and saluted together. 3 sea flood dragon kings welcome, Lord Qin. Seeing this, Qin Shuriyue immediately dismounted and returned the salute. I don't dare to. 3 sea flood dragon kings are my seniors. You don't dare to call me that. Just call me by my name. The red-faced old man said frankly, If Lord Qin came alone and did not have any sect matters to attend to, this old man can be careless. Moreover, Lord Qin has a mission. You're following the orders of the sect master and carrying out the sect's official business. How can this old man dare to be rude? It's better to do things according to the rules. Qin Shuriyue was stunned. She smiled and said, Since the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King says so, I won't refuse. Please forgive me. When I have time in the future, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. This was the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King? Su Jiaodong's father? Why did he look so different from Su Jiaodong? Was Su Jiaodong his biological daughter? Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy heart was instantly aroused. The tall and thin old man next to him also said, If Lord Qin has time, feel free to come to our eastern sea. This Lee will welcome you with open arms. The fat old man next to him glanced at him and said, "Don't be like those scholars who drop their cloth bags. What's there to be happy about? Jiao Jiao should be the one sweeping the bed." These words were blunt, but they were all common people and could not be bothered. Su Jiaodong's face turned red. Qin Shihua smiled and said, "Eastern Sea Flood Dragon King Li, Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui. This Qin is indebted to you. If I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit." The fat Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui Haifeng patted Qin Shihua's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good, I like frank kids." This fat man was so happy that he forgot his etiquette. He even forgot that he was calling Lord Qin. Seeing the Flood Dragon King's red face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think maliciously. Could it be that the scene just now was rehearsed? At the very least, this fat old man must have recited it countless times. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King, Su Haiqing, hurriedly took half a step forward and said, "Lord Qin, come here. Let me introduce you to the heroes of our seven water." Qin Shihua smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I've heard a lot about the heroes." At this time, the seven people behind the three Flood Dragon Kings had already dismounted. Hearing Su Haiqing's words, they came up to greet him. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King, Su Haiqing, introduced them one by one. Wei River Gang Leader Zhou Yong, Xiang River Gang Leader Wang Fengyue, Jing River Gang Leader Qi Fenxin, Han River Gang Leader Chu Chong, Huai River Gang Leader Li Fengming, Binshui Gang Leader and Sun, and Bian River Gang Leader Ma Yiming. Qin Shihua also returned their greetings respectfully one by one. He knew that these leaders' martial arts might not be as high as his, but each of them was a leader of a gang, an overlord of a sect. They were all famous people in Jianghu. The one they respected was not him, but the heavenly dragon divine religion behind him. If he did not show a little demeanor, he would be ridiculed for no reason. After this round of greetings, it took quite some time. Ying Fei also came up from the back and bowed. Ying Fei greets the various Flood Dragon Kings. "I often come here to nag you, so there's no need to be so polite." The Northern Sea Flood Dragon King patted Ying Fei with his fat hand and said with a smile, "Kid, you weren't honest last time we were drinking. You actually cheated. I won't forgive you today." Ying Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Sui Jiao King, please forgive me. My alcohol tolerance is limited. Even if you often lose, I'll still drink with you. However, you should look for other lords." Everyone laughed. Although Sui Jiao Wang's gambling skills were terrible, his alcohol tolerance was also very high. The two Jiao Kings and the Seven Waters Gang leader had all suffered at his hands before. Now that they heard Ying Fei mention it, they all felt a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't need to be polite. She was obviously a servant. Therefore, the Flood Dragon Kings of the Three Seas and the Seven Water Gang leader clustered around Qin Shihua and entered Jinghua City first. Su Jiaodong, Ying Fei, and the others followed behind. Strangely, Ying Fei also let Zhang Xiaohua follow by his side. This made Su Jiaodong somewhat puzzled. Was this servant supposed to follow along? When everyone entered the city gate and was about to move forward, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Although the gate of Jinghua City was wide, Qin Shihua and the others weren't people who walked by the side. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a group of soldiers in iron armor. They were riding valiant black horses and were rushing towards the city gate. The one in the lead was a fierce man with an ugly face. He had a tiger's mouth and a lion's nose. His face was full of needle-like beard. He held a sky piercer in his hand. As he ran, he shouted, make way, quickly make way for this lord." The voice and the sound of horse hooves gradually approached. It seemed that they had already arrived at the city gate. The fierce man saw that the group of people in front of him were still walking slowly beside the city gate. He didn't rush to dodge and shouted loudly, "This is an urgent military situation. Unrelated people, make way for this lousy." Hearing that it was an urgent military situation, everyone turned around. Just as they were about to make way, the fierce man saw a face in the crowd. His face lit up and he shouted loudly, "Jiaodong, you finally came to Jinghua City again. Have you thought about the matter I told you last time? After he finished speaking, he tightened the reins. The black horse instantly stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Su Jiaodong looked at the ugly man who had dismounted from his horse and the soldiers who had arrived and lined up behind him. She suppressed her anger and smiled apologetically. Commander Morong, where did you come from? What urgent military situation do you have? The ugly man, Commander Morong, grinned and said, Where did this military situation come from? This lousy just thought that there were too many people in the underworld, so I casually fooled them. Su Jiaodong said, Commander Morong, aren't you afraid of the crime of false military situation? Who dares? Give them some guts. See if they dare to talk bad about me. To tell you the truth, the garrison of Jingwei City is my 7th uncle's husband. This is my secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Even if you hear it, you have to keep it from me. We have to keep a low profile and do things in a low profile manner. Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This guy's voice was so loud that not only did the people of the 3 seas and 7 waters hear it, but even the unrelated people at the side also showed fear in their eyes and stayed far away. This was still a secret. Presumably, this guy had said this many times and the entire Jingwei City knew about it. Su Jiaodong frowned slightly and said, Commander Morong, since you want to keep a low profile, then don't enter the city with such fanfare. Getting off the horse and walking in is the way to keep a low profile. Oh, Jiaodong is right. Boy, quickly get off the horse. Let's walk in. After Commander Morong finished speaking, the soldiers all jumped off their horses. Commander Morong was very satisfied and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's keep a low profile and enter the city. After he finished speaking, he was about to lead the black horse into the city. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, Jiaodong, I forgot in a blink of an eye. You haven't been to Jingwei City for several months. Last time I told you about the matter, did our father-in-law agree? At the end, there was a bashful look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't bear it. She held her stomach and squatted down. This guy was really too disgusting. Yingfei saw Zhang Xiaohua squatting down. He quickly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua secretly pointed at the ugly guy and said, Old Ying, can you bear it? Yingfei also said with a smile, It's their business if they can't bear it. You just don't try to be clever. Su Jiaodong forced a smile and said, Commander Liu, Morong hasn't seen my father yet. After a while, when the gang's affairs are a little more relaxed, I will ask my father. You should go first. There are many affairs in the barracks, so don't delay. Okay, Jiaodong, don't worry. I will definitely put my career first and family second. I will let you have a solid backer. After he finished speaking, Commander Morong entered Jingwei City in high spirits. Chapter 274. Looking at Su Jiao and Tong Qinghong's uncertain expressions, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and really wanted to ask what was going on. However, the people around her all looked like they were avoiding a deep taboo. So how could Zhang Xiaohua, an outsider, say anything? Even the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Qin Shuyue's normal expression and still smiling, he hurriedly said, Please, Lord Qin. The manor has already set up a banquet to welcome Lord Qin's arrival. Qin Shuyue said with a smile, Please, 3 Flood Dragon Kings. This Qin really likes the fine wine that Jiaodong brought. We must get drunk in a while. The North Sea Flood Dragon King didn't seem to hear the words Jiaodong, but the other 2 Sea Flood Dragon Kings were astonished. They looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. That South Sea Flood Dragon King even laughed loudly. Don't worry, Lord Qin. If you don't get drunk, this old man will be the first to not let you off. Su Jiaodong wasn't far from them. When she heard this, a blush flashed across her face, but soon after, her worried expression reappeared. The group didn't mount their horses and walked further and further into the city streets. After they walked far away, a person with a gloomy expression on top of the high city wall glared fiercely at their backs. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Flood Dragon King's manor was located in a slightly remote area. The surroundings were very quiet, and there weren't many people around. Looking at the unremarkable manor door, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Even the gatehouse of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City was much bigger than this. Could this be the place where these Flood Dragon Kings and gang leaders lived? The Flood Dragon King led Qin Shuriwei to the door and explained with a smile, "Lord Qin, this is a property that the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace purchased in Jinghua City. It's very shabby, so please don't laugh at it." Qin Shuriwei smiled and didn't comment. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly thought, "That's more like it. It really is very shabby." However, after passing through that ordinary door, the Flood Dragon King led everyone through an ordinary courtyard and into a very large hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this must be the hall for receiving guests. Who knew that the Flood Dragon King would turn right and directly pass through an arched door? Behind the door was a large garden with a stone path in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua thought, "Are these people pretending to be cultured? I'm hungry. I should hurry up and eat." However, the Flood Dragon King didn't stop in the garden. After passing through the garden, there was a small side door in front of them. After passing through the side door, Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Is this still a manor for humans to live in? Behind the side door was a very, very large lake. Surrounding the lake was a large piece of shady land. There were wide roads, tall trees, green grass, colorful flowers, rockeries, and so on. In the middle of the lake was a small island with rows of houses. Many small boats were docked by the lake. The Flood Dragon King led everyone to the lake and said to Qin Shuriwei with a smile, "Lord Qin, you must be joking. My brothers grew up in the water and can't leave the water for a day. Sometimes we're not used to living in such a manner, so we build a small pond. When we have nothing to do, we play in it so that our bones won't rust." "This is a small pond?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Qin Shuriwei wasn't surprised. She said, "The Flood Dragon King is in a good mood. If it were me, I wouldn't be so patient." Qin Shuriwei had a good understanding of the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace's strength. It would be strange if they didn't spend so much. The way to the island in the middle of the lake was very simple. They just had to go on a boat. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt strange when such a simple method was used in someone else's manor. When they arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Xiaohua realized that this was the real place where the Flood Dragon King and the others lived. The house on the island in the middle of the lake was very tall and spacious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what material the house was made of. She only smelled a faint fragrance. Around the house, be it the walls, the roof, the windows, or the door, there were some exquisite carvings. It looked ancient and expensive. However, Qin Shuriwei had good taste. She nodded while looking at it, seeming to admire it very much. The Flood Dragon King said with a smile, "Lord Qin has good taste. This old man has a headache just looking at these things. I can't tell if they're good or not. I only know that they're made of silver, so they must be good." Qin Shuriwei laughed loudly and said, "Flood Dragon King, you're undervaluing yourself. This taste is made of silver. If there's no silver as the foundation, how can there be any taste?" The Flood Dragon King of the North Sea also said, "Lord Qin is right. I think these painters don't draw much. Peonies and sunflowers. They might as well draw some erotic scenes." Qin Shuriwei was stunned. She knew that the Flood Dragon King was forthright and would say whatever he wanted. However, she didn't expect him to be this old man. She looked at the Flood Dragon King's body and criticized him in her mind. However, she praised, "Great Flood Dragon King. I didn't expect your thinking to be so unique. I'm really impressed. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it in my life." The Flood Dragon King was overjoyed and said, "So Brother Qin thinks so too. Then I'll ask the painters to come and take a look tomorrow. This thing is going to be reformed. They've been looking at it for so many years. All right, Brother Qin, what do you think about drawing an old man pushing a cart here?" Qin Shuriwei felt a chill and thought, "Can you even push it?" However, he still said with a smile, "Well, it's a big deal to make a big fuss. Flood Dragon King should discuss it with the Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragon King." However, When the Flood Dragon King looked at the two of them, their faces seemed to be covered in ice as they glared at him fiercely. The crowd was amused, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. However, he was a studious child after all. He looked at the blushing Su Jiaodong and humbly went forward and asked, "Miss Su, may I ask what an old man pushing a cart is? I've never seen this painting before. Can you tell me more about it?" Su Jiaodong's face was about to bleed. She stomped her feet fiercely and quickly walked past the crowd into the hall. Everyone was looking at Zhang Xiaohua ambiguously. Only Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely and secretly gave him a big middle finger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Was she cursing him? Or was she hinting that he would torture her by hitting her acupoints at night? After the crowd finished admiring the painting, they entered the hall. In the hall, the long tables had been set up. There were 4 tables in a row in front of them, and 2 rows of tables on both sides of the hall. The Flood Dragon King invited Qin Shiyue to take a seat. Qin Shiyue politely sat in the main seat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings accompanied the other 3 tables. On the left were Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua, accompanied by Su Jiaodong. Su Jiaodong must have known about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and was afraid that he would run away. She didn't dare to let him be far away from Ying Fei, so she had to take a seat as well. On the left were the leaders of 7 Waters. They were all there to accompany him. After the guests and the host sat down, the Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and said, "Lord Qin, I hope Lord Qin can forgive everyone's recklessness." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "You're too polite, Flood Dragon King. Why do you say that?" The Su Jiao King looked at the people in the hall and said, "The 3 Seas and 7 Waters have received orders from our sect leader and have prepared everything. We're just waiting for Lord Qin and Emissary Ying to come and collect them. However, a few days ago, we heard about what happened to Lord Qin at the Ma family in Xinji Town. At that time, I happened to be working between Jinghua City and Xinji Town. I know that Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful and he's not afraid of the Righteous Alliance's revenge. However, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I was afraid that Lord Qin would be ambushed, so I wanted to go and fetch Lord Qin first. However, my daughter suggested that the Righteous Alliance is quite far from here, and by the time they react, they will send experts. Even I and my men won't be a match for them. Why don't I go back to Jinghua City first and gather the brothers of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters to go and fetch Lord Qin together. Meanwhile, my daughter will lead a group of brothers to scout ahead for Lord Qin and ensure his safety. Of course, my daughter will only arrange Lord Qin's travel and accommodation and gather information. Fortunately, the Righteous Alliance didn't immediately fall out with us." Qin Shiyue was moved when she heard this. She stood up from her chair and bowed to the people in the hall, saying, "Thank you, everyone from the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Thank you again." Then, she picked up the wine cup from the table and said, "I've stolen the limelight with this first cup. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for your help." Everyone agreed and drank the first cup. After Qin Shiyue sat down, the Flood Dragon King said, "In addition, my daughter also said that Lord Qin has to travel to the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Why don't we all gather together and hand over everything to Lord Qin, so that Lord Qin can return to the hierarch as soon as possible and report to our hierarch?" Qin Shiyue stood up again and raised her cup to Su Jiaodong, saying, "Women are not inferior to men. Miss Jiaodong, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I appreciate your efforts." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and looked at Qin Shiyue with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue said gently, "If you don't mind, Miss Jiaodong, you can call me Little You." Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. Su Jiaodong lowered her head shyly and said, "Well, Little Lord Qin, if you don't mind, you can also call me A Jiao." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Why did this name sound so familiar? Qin Shiyue smiled brightly and said, "Okay, A Jiao, come, let's drink this cup." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Indeed, she was not inferior to men. The two sat down, and Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "So, the things for the 3 Seas and 7 Waters have been prepared. The Flood Dragon King said hesitantly, "Lord Qin, the things are indeed prepared, but because our brothers rushed here in a hurry, they didn't bring them with them. They're still sending them here on the waterway. If they're fast, they'll definitely arrive here in 3 days." Qin Shiriyue was not surprised when she heard this. She said, "This is already very good. I thought I'd have to visit you one by one, but now that all of you are here, it saves me a lot of effort. Come, faction leaders. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." Chapter 275. Qin Shiriyue was really happy about the arrangement of the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King. Apart from the cauldron of the Shaolin Temple, he also focused on the 3 seas and 7 waters. The area under the control of the 3 seas and 7 waters was quite vast. The things that could be sold would definitely meet the requirements of the hierarch. However, because of the vast area, Qin Shiriyue had to go to many places. Fortunately, these places were all waterways, so he was not afraid of hard work. He only needed to waste time. The arrangement of the Flood Dragon King immediately saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to sit and wait in Jingwei City. He was naturally happy to accept such an easy task. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts of the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader were, there were countless gang members behind them. With them around, at least they could provide detailed information about Jianghu, which was better than him and Ing Fei's ignorance. Of course, with the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, if the Righteous Alliance wanted to attack him, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Qin Shiriyue's toast was really sincere. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader both stood up and raised their cups, saying, "Lord Qin, you must be tired. This is what we should do. Please." Everyone laughed and raised their cups to drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone had only heard of Qin Shiriyue. As high-level disciples of the divine sect, they usually cultivated in the sect and rarely participated in Jianghu affairs. If it were not for the special things this time, they might not have been sent out. Which one of these gang leaders was not meticulous? Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, after the basic etiquette, they all took the opportunity to get close to Qin Shiriyue. Qin Shiriyue was also happy and did not refuse them. They all talked happily. Seeing Qin Shiriyue like a spring breeze, everyone was even happier. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Jianghu and guessed that Qin Shiriyue was a cruel and merciless person. They were afraid that he would be difficult to get along with. But now it seemed that the rumors were not accurate. Besides, they had always believed that treat your enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and treat your friends like the spring breeze. Wasn't Qin Shiriyue a typical portrayal of this sentence? As a result, the faction leaders thought even more highly of Qin Shiriyue in their hearts. They toasted her even more diligently. Even Su Jiaodong plucked up her courage and toasted her a few times. However, what she said after toasting made everyone laugh. Su Jiaodong said, "This wine tastes soft and sweet, but it has a strong aftertaste. Lord Qin, you should drink it in moderation. Don't drink too much." In her concern, Su Jiaodong had forgotten that everyone present had profound internal strength. If they got drunk, they only needed to secretly circulate their internal strength to force the alcohol out of their bodies. How could there be any side effects from excessive drinking? Qin Shiriyue nodded. "I know, Ajiao." Su Jiaodong bashfully called her Ajiao and went back to her seat. After drinking for a while more, Qin Shiriyue took the time to ask the Su Jiao King, "Su Jiao King, there is something that I would like to ask, but I don't know if I should say it." The Su Wirm King chuckled and said, "Lord Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing inappropriate here." Qin Shiriyue looked at Su Jiaodong, who frowned slightly, and asked, "What's the matter with Commander Morong at the city gate just now?" The Su Jiao King thought for a while and said, "It's funny. Lord Qin, you know that Jingwei City is an important passage to the sea. The 7 rivers converge here and flow into the sea. This sea is our southern sea, my territory. Although the southern sea Jiao Palace is in the depths of the southern sea, it needs a foundation in this transportation hub. Therefore, the Southern Sea Jiao Palace has been operating here since a long time ago. Jinghua City is very important to the sex in the pugilistic world, but it's even more important to the government. The government has stationed many troops in Jinghua City. Let's not talk about other things, but the Navy of Jinghua City is related to us. The Navy has 100 warships and thousands of soldiers. They are led by a general with the surname Liu. There are more than a dozen commanders who are in charge of their own barracks. Commander Murong is one of them. Actually, in terms of the Navy's strength, our Southern Sea Serpent Palace might not lose to them. However, they are a legitimate army after all, and they have the support of the government behind them. Therefore, we usually avoid them in the Southern Sea region and Jinghua City. Even if there are any disputes, we tolerate them as much as we can and avoid them as much as possible. We don't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been operating here for many years and has long been deeply rooted. Even in the Navy, we have our strength. The government also knows this and usually doesn't look for trouble with us. However, Commander Murong is an anomaly. He's not a local. He came here with his 7th uncle, who is the current garrison of Jinghua City. He got a good job in the Navy. Our Southern Sea WIRM Palace's affairs in Jinghua City are usually handled by Jiao Tong. Ever since I met this Commander Murong 2 years ago, this bastard has been constantly thinking about Jiao Tong and has thoughts of seducing her. Jiao Tong was helpless and asked other commanders to persuade him, but this bastard just wouldn't listen and continued to pester her. In the end, this old man paid a visit to their General Liu and informed Jiao Tong of my intentions. But guess what Commander Murong said? Qin Shuriwei was surprised and asked, "What did he say?" This guy actually said to General Liu, "It's normal for men and women to love each other. General, just worry about military affairs. Why do you have to interfere with other people's marriage?" General Liu was dumbstruck. However, this guy's uncle is the city's garrison commander, half a rank higher than General Liu. When General Liu told this old man about it, this old man could only smile bitterly. After further investigation, I found out that this Commander Murong is a dummy and cannot be measured by common sense. Anyway, Jinghua City is just a stronghold of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Although it's important, it doesn't need Jiao Tong to oversee it all the time. Therefore, Jiao Tong has been using the avoidance technique these past few years. If she can avoid coming, she won't come. Even if she does come, she will come quietly and leave quietly without letting him know. Qin Shuriwei nodded. This was a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a local official. The Navy of Jinghua City was the nemesis of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Of course, it was best not to offend them. Harmony was the way of the king. The creeping Dragon King continued. However, Jinghua City is ruled by the government after all. Although Commander Murong is stupid, he has a group of disciples under him. The soldiers that Lord Qin saw at the city gate today are of high quality. He also has some scholars under him who are good at strategizing. When Jiao Tong came to Jinghua City a few times, he heard the news and blocked the gate, clamoring to propose marriage. Jiao Tong had no choice but to say that she was not in the city and could not comply without her parents' order. Only then did she shut him up. As luck would have it, we met at the city gate today, and he kept asking about the marriage proposal. If it were not for the fact that I lived in seclusion and he did not recognize me, he might have knelt down to acknowledge me as his relative. His words were frivolous. Naturally, he was making fun of the second. Qin Shuriwei and the other 2 Sea Jiao Kings laughed and raised their cups. Qin Shuriwei smiled and said, "Although he has the backing of the government, our sect isn't necessarily afraid of him. He's just a small commander. Will the government fall out with us?" Su Jiao King smiled apologetically and said, "Of course, Lord Qin is right. However, the sect has many subordinates, and our Southern Sea Jiao Palace is only one of them. This old man doesn't dare to trouble the sect with such a small matter." Qin Shuriwei said, "The sect's motto is to fall out with others rather than let each of our brothers be bullied. Don't worry, Su Jiao King. If you need the sect's support, just report it. I don't dare to say anything else, but Garuda will definitely do his best." Su Jiao King was delighted and said, Since that's the case, I'll thank Lord Qin first. After that, he called Su Jiaodong over for a toast. Su Jiaodong was also happy to hear that, but she still said nervously, Lord Qin, there's no need to get into a conflict. At most, I won't come to Jingwei City and hide for a few years. I'm sure I'll forget about it. It's inappropriate to bring unnecessary trouble to the sect because of me. Qin Shuriwei smiled and raised her head to drink a cup. She said proudly, if the sect can't even protect women and children, how can it still be called a sect? Su Jiaodong also smiled sweetly and raised her head to drink, revealing a small part of her neck that was as white as jade. At this moment, a call came from the lake outside the hall. Jiaodong, I love you. Jiaodong, I love you. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. Su Jiaodong, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She frowned at first, but when she heard it clearly, she was surprised. She said, "Oh my, that's Commander Morong's voice. How did this second find his way here?" Qin Shirua looked at Su Jiaoqing, who had a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, "Since an important guest has come to visit, how can we not receive him? Let's go, Su Jiaoqing, let's go see this important guest and do our duty as a host." Su Jiaoqing also laughed and said, "Yes, let's go and see who exactly this second of yours is." Zhang Xiaohua was displeased to see everyone stand up. Everyone in the hall was toasting each other, but he was ignored. He did not care so much and only buried his head in the dishes. He even secretly tasted a cup of fine wine. However, he was puzzled by the spicy taste. How could this be called soft, sweet, and refreshing? He also heard about Commander Morong's matter and felt that this fellow was very patient. Wasn't there a saying that went, "Fierce women are afraid of being pestered"? As long as one was thick-skinned, there was no beauty that one could not woo. However, when he thought about Commander Morong's ugliness, he still sighed. There were many swans in this world, but there were even more toads. However, when he saw Qin Shuriwei and Su Jiaodong flirting with each other, Zhang Xiaohua had already sentenced Commander Morong to death. He actually dared to compete with such a vicious and merciless person for a woman. He could not help but give him a big thumbs up in his heart. "You're strong." What puzzled Zhang Xiaohua was that no matter how he looked at Qin Shuriwei, he could not see any good points about him. He did not know what Su Jiaodong saw in him. However, when he looked at Qin Shiyue's head of white hair, he suddenly understood. Father complex. Chapter 276. When they walked out of the hall, a small boat was already floating towards them. There were 3 people on the boat. One of them was Commander Morong, who was standing at the bow. He had an ugly face and was calling out to Jiaodong. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a box in his hand. The last one was a family member who was steering the boat. Commander Morong saw a group of people walking out of the hall. He did not care if they saw Su Jiaodong and immediately raised his hand to wave. Seeing that no one responded, he put it down awkwardly. When the boat reached the shore, Commander Morong jumped down and walked forward quickly. When he got close, he looked around and asked, "Which one of you is Uncle Su?" At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw Su Jiaodong, who was hiding behind the people. He shouted, "Jiaodong, look at you. You're too polite. Since father-in-law is coming to Jingwei City, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. I came in a hurry and did not prepare enough. Please don't be offended." At this moment, the family member and the soldier walked over. The family member panicked and said, "Master, I couldn't stop him. I didn't dare to offend this soldier, so I could only bring him here." The Su Jiaoqing waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Go ahead." Commander Morong's eyes lit up immediately. He bowed at the Su Jiaoqing and said, "Uncle Su, I'm Morong Jian. I've heard a lot about the Su Jiaoqing. It's an honor to meet you today. I came in a hurry and prepared a small gift to show my sincerity." The Su Jiaoqing looked at the box in the soldier's hand and said, "I've also heard of Commander Morong's fame and have always wanted to meet you. However, I've been busy and have no time, so I put it aside. Now that Commander Morong is here, I've been impolite. Please come in." Murong Jian was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Really? Uncle Su, you should have told me earlier. If I knew you wanted to meet me, I would have come earlier." Then he looked around and said, "I've been here a few times, but I didn't expect the backyard to be so generous." If it wasn't for Chi, he seemed to realize something and immediately changed his words. "If I didn't hear that Uncle Su came to Jinghua City today, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you." His words were full of loopholes. Even Zhang Xiao understood. She laughed in her heart. This guy is really stupid. The Void WRM King smiled faintly and said, "Since Commander Murong is here, then you're a guest." "Right, Commander Murong. It's fate that brought us together today. Allow me to introduce." Murong Jian waved his hand and said, "Don't, uncle. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." That being said, he had already stepped into the hall. A family member had already set up a new table at the head of the hall, and there were 5 tables directly above it. Qin Shiyue's table was placed in the middle, and the new table was placed next to it. Perhaps it was because of the Su Jiao King's guidance, or perhaps it was because the family had good eyesight. Murong Jian did not stand on ceremony at all. He walked to the front and looked at the table with some leftovers in the middle. He frowned slightly and turned to the Void WIRM King with a smile. "Uncle Su really knows me well. I wanted to be polite, but I didn't know that Uncle Su really treated me as one of your family. This seat of honor is still reserved for Uncle. Please take a seat. Although I'm a guest from afar, I won't be so polite from now on." The Void WIRM King's nose was crooked. "You're really stupid." He could only say awkwardly, "Commander Murong, I have a distinguished guest today. I didn't know that Commander Murong would be coming today, so I'm sorry for the neglect." Murong Jian was startled and said in surprise, There's a distinguished guest? Who is it? Let me greet him as well." Qin Shiyue was furious. "I'm right in front of the crowd. Your eyes are either looking at the beauties or the beauty's father. How can you pay attention to basic etiquette?" Actually, when Murong Jian arrived, the seating arrangement in the hall would definitely change. The Void WIRM King wanted to introduce Qin Shiyue outside the hall, but he was interrupted by Murong Jian when he stepped into the hall. Now that he mentioned Qin Shiyue again, the Void WIRM King felt that he was being rude to Qin Shiyue. The Void WIRM King spread out his arms and respectfully gestured to Qin Shiyue. "This is my Tenryu Sect's representative, Lord Qin Shiyue." Murong Jian had never heard of the Tenryu Sect's name. The Southern Sea WIRM Palace only paid attention to it because of Su Jiaodong. He thought that the Tenryu Sect was the same as the Southern Sea WIRM Palace. They were just small characters in the wilderness. How could they be compared to him, an official of the imperial court? He couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. He looked at Qin Shiyue from head to toe and cupped his hands. "Nephew Murong Jian greets Uncle Qin. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard of Uncle Qin's great name. All right, although Uncle Qin is old, your skin is very well maintained. You look very young. How old are you? Have you already understood your destiny?" Qin Shiyue's face blushed. He smiled and said, "Good nephew, your uncle has just understood his destiny. I'm really comforted to see such a good child like you." Murong Jian said happily, "Is that so? Uncle Qin, you can actually see through my nature. You're really a god. Come, take a seat." After he finished speaking, he respectfully sat down at the head of the table. The people from the 3 Seas and 7 Waters were stunned. Some didn't know what to do, while some laughed in their hearts. Seeing the two sitting down, they could only sit down as well. Everyone sat down, and the banquet started again. Because there were outsiders in the banquet, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. How could Murong Jian care so much? After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he toasted Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King. After a few rounds of toasting, he became more talkative. However, it was a pity that Murong Jian's words were all about the imperial court. His words were brimming with the pride of being an official. He couldn't talk to Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King at all. The two laughed in their hearts and perfunctorily chatted with their good nephew, waiting for the show to start. Sure enough, after a while, Murong Jian couldn't help but look at Su Jiaodong. who lowered her head and didn't speak. He deliberated his words and said, Uncle Sue, I visited you several times, but I've never been able to see your face. This time, I'm here specially because I have something to ask of you. Su Jiao King glanced at Qin Shuriwen and thought, Lord Qin, you can support me in this matter. Qin Shuriwen nodded slightly. Su Jiao King was relieved and asked with a smile, Commander Murong, what is it? Just say it. Murong Jian was overjoyed when he saw that the slow flood dragon king asked the question so straightforwardly. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers behind him carried the small box to the side of the slow flood dragon king and placed it squarely on the table. Murong Jian smiled and said, Uncle Su, ever since I saw Miss Jiao Tong, I've been thinking about her day and night. I feel that she is the only one I can marry in this life. I've always wanted to go and ask for her hand in marriage, but I've never seen Uncle's shadow. Today's matter was rushed, so this is my engagement gift. After today, I'll ask 7th Uncle, that is the Lord of the City Guard, to personally come and persuade us. The Su Jiao King looked at the small box with interest and said, Commander Murong, I heard that you already have 7 concubines at home. Why are you still thinking about my daughter so much that you don't want her for the rest of your life? If you marry Jiaodong, will she be your legal wife or a concubine? Murong Jian's face didn't turn red, but his heart didn't stop. He said calmly, Uncle, you're wrong. There's no end to love in this world. The concubines I married before were sincere. This time, I'm marrying Jiaodong. It doesn't mean that I can't fall in love with Jiaodong. Moreover, there's true love between us. Jiaodong doesn't care about status. My legal wife is the daughter of the magistrate of Shiyu City. She has a noble status and can be the master of the harem. My concubine is also the daughter of an official and is very virtuous. I think that if I marry Jiaodong, she won't be disgraced. What do you think? When Su Jiao King heard this, he was so angry that he laughed and said, Nephew, you're really thoughtful and thoughtful. Murong Jian was overjoyed when he heard this and said, So, Uncle Su agrees. There's 1,000 taels of gold in this gift box. It's my betrothal gift. Please accept it. This betrothal gift is much more than what I received when I marry my legal wife. I hope that Uncle Su can understand my sincerity. Su Jiao King looked up to the sky and laughed. Commander Murong, I really appreciate your good intentions. Thank you for thinking highly of my daughter and offering such a generous gift. It's a pity that my daughter is already betrothed to someone else. Commander Murong, you're too late. Murong Jian's ugly face turned pale and said, Uncle Su, are you trying to deceive me? I've already asked around. Jiaodong isn't betrothed to someone else. If she's betrothed to someone else, why didn't you mention it to me earlier? Then he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Su, even if she's betrothed to someone else, they're not married yet. May I ask who the other party is? I'll ask 7th Uncle to go and talk to him. He'll definitely regret this marriage. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua almost spat out the food she was eating. She didn't even understand what Murong Jian was saying. He clearly rejected the betrothal and thought that he was making things difficult for him. Su Jiao King saw that Murong Jian didn't know how to back off. He couldn't help but feel awkward and said hesitantly, At this moment, Qin Shuriwe said with a smile, My good nephew, you're making things difficult for your Uncle Su, because this person is right in front of you. Murong Jian was stunned and quickly looked around. There were only middle-aged and old people around. Then, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Ingfei beside Su Jiaodong. He couldn't help but ask fiercely, Uncle Qin, are you talking about the 2 people sitting next to Jiaodong? But that young man is just a servant, so he shouldn't be. Could it be that ordinary-looking man? That guy is so ordinary that he can't even be recognized in a crowd. How could Jiaodong like him? Is it because this guy's 7 aunts and 8 aunts are also from the government, so you can't put down your face? That's why you're forcing yourself. Then, he said in a low voice, If that's the case, why don't you tell me? I have 10,000 ways to make him regret it. He actually wants to steal my woman. He's really tired of living. Qin Shuriwe smiled and shook his head. No. Murong Jian was stunned and asked, Then who could it be? Chapter 277. Qin Shuriwei smiled and said, "That's me. You?" Murong Jian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shuriwei didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murong Jian said, "Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny, so why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother?" Then he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, "Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison?" Qin Shuriwei was still full of smiles as she said, "My good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, one less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful?" Are you serious?" Murong Jian was furious, and Qin Shuriwei immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded, "Qin Shuriwei, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jingwei City is the Lord Garrison's world, and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dogtail flower, and you want to win Jiaodong's favor?" Then he smiled brightly at Su Jiaodong and said, "Jiaodong, don't worry. I'm here, and I'll get you out immediately." Not to mention Su Jiaodong's reaction. Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murong Jian's expectations, Su Jiaodong stepped forward and walked in front of Murong Jian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, "Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that Commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin." At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murong Jian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up, saying, "Jiaodong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shuriwei doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today, I will definitely save you from this disaster." After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaodong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shuriwei. "Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want, and I'll accept it." Qin Shuriwei smiled and said, "What Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us?" This was what Murong Jian had said to General Liu. Now Qin Shuriwei was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murong Jian would say, "As a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have a right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want." Qin Shuriwei was still calm and said, "I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up, and sleep." Murong Jian said angrily, "You coward. If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jingyu city is the territory of real men." Qin Shui's heart moved and said, "All right, then tell me. What rule do you have?" Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, "You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jingyu City as soon as possible." Su Jiao King said anxiously, "Lord Qin." Qin Shuriwei looked at Su Jiao King and then at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, "Watch me." Then he said to Murong Jian, "You tell me what you want, I will accept it." Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, "How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert, and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish." These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shirihue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shirihue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua, who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shirihue, who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant, he became vigilant. Qin Shirihue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, "Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way." Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit. After speaking, Qin Shirihue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shirihue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shirihue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shirihue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shirihue, "Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers." After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shirihue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his chi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword chi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shirihue smiled and said, "Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You're a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will fight back. What do you think?" A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, "Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, why are you still standing there?" When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shirihue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shirihue slightly frowned and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body, waiting for the next move. However, to his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shirihue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shirihue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shirihue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shirihue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shirihue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiyue's chest. Qin Shiyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and above board. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light chi sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming." "Io, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead, it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength, but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiyue were actually on par. Then, the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiyue did not have time to use his chi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiyue. At least, Yingfei knew that Qin Shiyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiyue slightly and poison him. Then, he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now, he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, the Su Jiao King was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao King move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" The Su Jiao King couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, he couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao King rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao King might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao King's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaodong to me." The creeping WIRM King looked at Su Jiaodong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaodong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out A Jiao, Her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold, gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiao Yu died from the poison, Jiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaodong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao king. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, the chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy. Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Yingfei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao king of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaodong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way, she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaodong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaodong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord White Hairchin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaodong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft, and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaodong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiao Wang's anxiety, Yingfei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness, and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaodong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the three wolves of Mount Chui, or O Yin facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Chui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in a mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaodong, who had nothing to do with him, he found, knew, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with Oyan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before, and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now, the thing in Su Jiaodong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaodong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment, he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaodong, who was standing there. Their eyes met, and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected, and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaodong's face was also flushed. Murong Jin looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench. The nameless soldier leaped high, and the crescent scimitar was like a thunderbolt, slashing towards the fallen prey. At this moment, a voice sounded, "I can't watch this anymore. I can't watch this anymore. When I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help." Before he finished speaking, behind 3 seas, 7 waters, a thin and weak figure, like a large eagle, pounced from the sky. The figure came very quickly. At first, the soldier did not care and did not stop his scimitar. He only raised his head to take a look. However, with this look, his eyes could not help but shrink. Although the figure was thin and weak, its aura was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Moreover, there was a jet-black sword light that shot toward his throat. The sharpness of the sword light did not make him doubt that if he did not stop defending, the sword light would immediately pierce his throat when he chopped off Qin Shiyue's head. Immediately, the nameless soldier made a wise decision. He immediately pulled back the scimitar that was slashing towards Qin Shiyue and used his strength to block the sword light that was shooting towards him. It was too late to say, but in an instant there was a crisp ding-dang sound. The two weapons collided, and the two incomparably abundant forces collided. The nameless soldier took a step back and stood up straight. The thin and small figure that was rushing over was like a kite with a broken string. With a hoo sound, it was pushed into the air. Luckily, the hall was very tall, so it did not break out of the building. Chapter 279. The nameless soldier shook the small figure into the air and ignored it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue was already sitting on the ground. The soft sword was thrown to the side, and he was taking out a white jade bottle from his bosom. The nameless soldier sneered. He had done so many things, and even used words to provoke him. Wasn't it just to not give him time to get rid of the poison? Finished thinking, he raised his knife again and slashed at Qin Shiyue. Unfortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't care about the machete at all. He just quietly and steadily took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and poured out the detoxification pill. The machete once again hung above Qin Shiyue's head and was about to reap his life. Unfortunately, at this time, another voice sounded. "You bastard! How can you be so rude? I came to help you, but you actually ignored me. Won't you give me face?" When the soldier raised his head, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, who had been shaken into the air by him. She stepped on the roof of the hall and used the momentum to fly over like an arrow from a bow. That small sword, which was like a child's toy, was held in front of her chest and stabbed straight at his throat. The first time Zhang Xiaohua used the floating technique, her speed was very fast. And this time, she borrowed the posture of flying down. Her speed was even faster. The soldier didn't have time to kill Qin Shiyue. He could only turn around and attack the small sword. This time, he used all of his strength in order to kill this annoying little demon with one hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's skills were not the same as before. Not to mention how good her Qin Gong was. The abundant, immortal, true qi flowing in her meridians was endless and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua saw the soldier's machete, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that it contained incomparable true qi, which was not something he could block. When the small sword stabbed out, he held back 70% of his strength. When the machete and the sword met, this time there was no sound. Zhang Xiaohua used the small sword to knock against the thin machete and cut the soldier's hand. This move was obviously a flash of light, not one of the nameless sword moves. The soldier was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the danger of losing his finger. And Zhang Xiaohua's move was already used, so at this time, her body was wide open. The soldier saw the opportunity and waved his hand again, which was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's flaw. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air and knew that it was not good. She circulated all of the true qi in her body and stopped in the air for a moment. Then she twisted her body and spun behind the soldier, and with a backhand, she stabbed at the soldier's neck. While the soldier was delayed, Qin Shiyue had already taken out the poison-repelling pill and swallowed 2 pills in one gulp. Then she closed her eyes and circulated her true qi to expel the poison. When Murong Jian saw this, he could not stand it and shouted loudly, "You little bastard, who are you? Why don't you abide by the Jianghu rules? We already agreed on a one-on-one battle. Why did you interfere?" It was not that he did not want to go up and stab Qin Shiyue and send this person who made him gnash his teeth on the road to death. But Su Jiao Wang and the others seemed to have already known his thoughts and secretly circulated their true qi, preparing to kill this person at any time. Therefore, even if he had more than enough strength, he did not dare to. He firmly believed that as long as he made a move, this group of Jianghu boars would definitely not care about the rules and would immediately kill the 2 of them in the Sea of People's War. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the soldier's stab and used her ethereal body technique. Like a ghost, she dodged to the other side and stabbed the soldier's throat again. Hearing Murong Jian's question, she laughed loudly and said, "You ugly man, you are really stupid. The Jianghu rules are naturally for the people of Jianghu to use. Your young master is also not from Jianghu. Why would I care about your Jianghu rules? Your young master just does not like the sight of you and wants to get rid of the strong and help the weak. What are you going to do about it?" Murong Jian was stunned and could not say anything. He innocently asked, "Uncle Su, this servant, he is not from your Jianghu mountain manor?" Su Jiaowang laughed and said, "I don't know him. This person was brought here by Lord Qin. If you have any questions, you should ask Lording." Murong Jian still did not give up and asked Ing Fei, "Lording, your Tenryu sect broke the rules of the competition. I will let the soldiers in the navy spread the news and make your sect lose all face." Ing Fei looked at Qin Shiyue, who was recovering, and laughed. "That is not a problem. Go ahead and spread the news. This person is called Ren Xiaoyao and is not from my Dragon God sect. As for whether he is from Jianghu or not, I do not know. What's wrong with people helping out when they see injustice? Even if he is from Jianghu, it is our great fortune to have such basic manners." Murong Jin pointed at Ing Fei and did not know what to say. He could only say, just you wait. I will definitely tell this matter to my seventh uncle. Zhang Xiaohua, who was fighting at the side, heard this and laughed. This is easy. Why don't we just kill the two of them? Who will know? Under the attack of the nameless soldier, this guy had no power to fight back and was forced to use his ethereal body movement technique to dodge the saber attacks. Yet, he still had the mood to say such vicious words. Lord Su Jiao and the others couldn't help but think, how can such a decisive person not be a member of the divine sect? It seems that we really have to kill him. At this time, Su Jiaodong's eyes were no longer colorful, only relief and joy. After Qin Shuriwei swallowed the detoxification pill, the grayish-black color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua was forced to the point where she could not fight back, his face had already returned to normal. It was no wonder that the detoxification pill was a good antidote. It was a must-have for Jianghu people. Qin Shuriwei opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Jiaodong's concerned expression. He smiled at her and nodded. Then, he stood up and looked at the two people who were fighting with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a corner. Inadvertently, she saw Qin Shuriwei stand up. She was very happy. She used her ethereal body art and flashed behind Qin Shuriwei. She shouted, I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. Brother, your martial arts are strong. I can't beat you. I can't care about your business. I will leave first. You can continue. Haha, continue. After that, she squeezed out and sat back at the table, ready to eat and drink. However, at this time, the table was already filled with leftovers. How could she have the appetite? Su Jiao Wang saw this from afar and gestured to his family members. The clever family members quickly went out. Not long after, better dishes were served in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Murong Jin gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Zhang Xiaohua. He really wanted to twist his little head off. However, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if she was not as good as him, she was not at a disadvantage because of her ghostly identity. How could he have the chance to capture her? Qin Shuriwei stood with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the soldier with a smile. The soldier was somewhat regretful. He said disdainfully, I have long heard that Qin Shuriwei is open and upright. How can you be a coward who needs to rely on a servant to save you? Does our agreement still count? Are you admitting defeat yourself? Or do you want us to announce that you have admitted defeat? Qin Shuriwei seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He laughed and said, the agreement between us still counts. When did I say that it did not count? Then your servant pretended to be an outsider and interrupted our fight. Does this mean that you have lost? Qin Shuriwei touched his nose and said with a smile, First of all, I want to make it clear that if our fight is interfered with by unrelated people, neither of us will be responsible. Secondly, didn't you hear from Ren Xiaoyao that he is not my servant, nor is he a family member of Su Jiaowang. He is also not a member of the Tenryu sect. What do you think I should do? The soldier said, We can only listen to you on this matter. Do you dare to make a vicious oath? Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Shuriwei said, I, Qin Shuriwei, swear that if this Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the Tenryu sect, or my servant, or someone related to me, I will be beheaded by the scimitar of this person in front of me. This oath was very vicious. The soldier was somewhat stunned. When he was about to speak, Qin Shuriwei said, What do you think of my oath? Situ Yueming. The nameless soldier's eyes shrank. He immediately returned to normal and said with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. This one is not called Situ Mingwei. Did you recognize the wrong person? Qin Shuriwei rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I have indeed never seen your face before, so I might have mistaken you for someone else. But this swift and fierce full moon scimitar technique is the family heirloom martial arts of the Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance leader Situ. Although your scimitar has changed and your technique has also changed, how can the blade intent in your bones change? In the Situ family, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who is as young as you and has such great skills." When the nameless soldier heard this, he laughed out loud and said, "As expected of Qin Shuriwei, you're a genius. I tried so hard to hide from your eyes, but you still saw through me. I've said it before, how can such a small scheme be shown in public? It's better to just kill my way over and convince you wholeheartedly." Qin Shuriwei said, "This Qin has been very careful along the way, waiting for your righteous alliance to make a move. But I really didn't expect that the righteous alliance, who has always been famous for their open schemes, would actually play such a dirty trick. The world is really degenerating with each passing day." Seeing Qin Shuriwei shaking his head as he spoke, Situ Yueming became angry out of shame and said, "No matter what kind of scheme it is, taking your life is a good scheme. Qin Shuriwei, seeing that your name also has the word you, I will let you die a little faster." After saying this, his scimitar flashed and slashed over. Qin Shuriwei's lips curled into a smile. The soft sword in his hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue, touching the side of the scimitar. The scimitar seemed to have been struck by lightning and trembled incessantly. Situ Yueming couldn't help but be shocked. He had already exchanged a few moves with Qin Shuriwei. He was very clear about Qin Shuriwei's skills. That was why he boasted that he would let him die a quick death. But after exchanging blows, why did Qin Shuriwei suddenly seem like a different person? Could it be that Qin Shuriwei had really cured the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhen Qi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shuriwei was outdated. This guy's martial arts were a level higher than his. Chapter 280. Seeing that Qin Shuriwei's internal energy was so pure, Situ Yueming could not help but think. Could it be that Qin Shuriwei had completely removed the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Jinqi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shuriwei was outdated. This fellow's martial arts were a level higher than his. Situ Yueming was right. Just now, Qin Shuriwei could not take the poison-dispelling pill and could only use his internal energy to suppress the spread of the poison. The Jinqi in his meridians could only be used 3 times out of 10. 70% of his Jinqi was used to resist the spread of the poison. Because of this, he fell far behind Situ Yueming and was chased by him, almost losing his life. Vengeance killings in Jianghu were all planned out before acting. They were all done with the basics. For example, Situ Yueming was sent out based on the current information from the Righteous Alliance. They believed that he would be able to deal with Qin Shuriwei perfectly. That was why they sent him out. This perfection naturally took some effort, but it was not too difficult. Only then could they show the demeanor of a sect in Jianghu. If they sent out Zhang San or Nan Fengyun to kill Qin Shuriwei, they would become a laughingstock. Even if they could easily kill Qin Shuriwei, it would make the Righteous Alliance unable to raise their heads in Jianghu in the future. The accuracy and completeness of this information was very thought-provoking. For example, this time, the Righteous Alliance had clearly misjudged Qin Shuriwei's strength and sent out Situ Yueming, whose strength was a level lower. The result could be imagined. Therefore, it was still that old saying. When comparing information and martial arts, sometimes martial arts were not important. In fact, if Qin Shuriwei did not capture Zhang Xiaohua and bring her back to the Dragon God sect, and did not meet Su Jiaodong in Jingwei City, it could be imagined that he might have died from the poison. But the truth was the truth. It was not that many possibilities and accidents were hidden. It was this ordinary-looking youth that reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The reason was that he missed a girl that he thought he had forgotten. Qin Shuriwei did not know how he could repay Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he did not even think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about the Righteous Alliance in front of him, who was somewhat as famous as him in Jianghu. The people in Jianghu were the most nosy, and there was no lack of gossip. Qin Shuriwei and Situ Yueming both had the word "you" in their names. Therefore, the nosy people would use the word "you" behind their backs to faintly compare each other. Moreover, the two were similar in age, and their martial arts were also similar. However, Sita Yueming was more secretive than Qin Shiriyue. Everyone in Jianghu knew of his name, but very few people had seen him. If it was not for the saber intent of the full moon scimitar, Qin Shiriyue reckoned that he would not have thought of Situ Yueming, who was as famous as him. However, the Righteous Alliance had miscalculated 2 steps. First, the Dragon God sect had a deep foundation and was far from what the Righteous Alliance could compare to. The poison-repelling pill for detoxification originated from the Immortal Path. Although the medicinal ingredients and refining method had the characteristics of martial arts, there were still many things that had been preserved. This kind of pill was more than enough to deal with the poison of martial arts. Naturally, it would be able to cleanse the poison in a very short period of time and allow Qin Shiriyue to recover to his peak. Second, the martial arts of the Dragon God sect also originated from the Immortal Path. Qin Shiriyue could be considered as a side branch of the direct disciples. The martial arts that he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. The information that the Righteous Alliance had was correct a few years ago. However, it could not compare to Qin Shiriyue's rapid progress in cultivation. In these short few years, the Righteous Alliance had used their own disciples' level to measure Qin Shiriyue. On the path of martial arts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Not to mention that Qin Shiriyue was a level higher than Situ Yueming. Situ Yueming's scimitar could no longer release lightning like before. The moment the scimitar's lightning came out, it was strangled by the flexible sword like a spirit snake. In an instant, there was no sound. Situ Yueming knew that this operation could be considered a failure. However, he still had a trace of confidence. His Qin Gong was one of the best among the Righteous Alliance disciples of the same generation. If he threw away his restraint and insisted on escaping, although Qin Shiriyue's Qin Gong was extremely good, he might still have a chance. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shiriyue let out a long whistle. Full of energy, he smiled and said, "Situ Yueming, stay here." As he said that, he pointed his flexible sword at Situ Yueming's face. At the same time, his left hand slightly opened, covering the main pressure point on his chest. Seeing this, Situ Yueming knew that Qin Shiriyue had used his ultimate move. His sword flashed, and there were endless moves behind it. His left hand also felt that there was no room for him to dodge. He could not help but feel anxious. Without even looking at Morong Jian, he jumped up with the tip of his foot. His body turned in the air and directly flew out of the hall. His posture looked somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua. On the side, Zhang Xiaohua hid behind the crowd and used her divine sense to observe the battle. After watching for a long time, she discovered another use of divine sense. No matter if it was Qin Shiriyue or Situ Yueming, under divine sense, their moves, real moves, feints, all kinds of moves, changes, they were all exposed. This was the last move of the two. Situ Yueming saw that Qin Shiriyue's move could not be blocked, but Zhang Xiaohua saw a few flaws in Qin Shiriyue's move. As long as Situ Yueming used these flaws, he would be able to block the move. Moreover, one of the flaws was very serious. If used properly, he could even directly defeat Qin Shiriyue. Seeing that Situ Yueming actually ran away, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that her martial arts were actually higher than Situ Yueming's? In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that Situ Yueming's Qin Gong was indeed very high, but it was not much worse than her. Her ethereal steps had only been practiced to the 3rd level, and she had no chance to practice the later cultivation methods. This levitation technique could only be used as a Qin Gong now. Compared to Qin Shiriyue, she was still a little worse. Situ Yueming certainly could not outrun Qin Shiriyue. Sure enough, seeing Situ Yueming float up, Qin Shiriyue's mouth curled up. She exerted force on her feet and ran from the ground to the door of the hall. In a flash, she was less than 2 steps away from the door. When she was a little closer, she rushed forward and reached out to grab Situ Yueming's feet. Situ Yueming heard the sound of the wind under his feet and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's Qin Gong was actually so powerful. However, he immediately understood that his knowledge of Qin Shiriyue's martial arts was still at the level of the intelligence report. Presumably, her Qinggong was far beyond his expectations. But now was not the time to investigate the matter of the intelligence report. He immediately kicked his feet and dodged Qin Shiyue's hand. But with this delay, his Zhen Qi became turbid and his body immediately sank. Situ Yueming gritted his teeth and forcefully reversed the flow of his Zhen Qi. His body rose again and rushed out the door. Seeing that he had rushed out, Situ Yueming was overjoyed. He was about to exert force again to break out of the cage. But at this time, there was a black shadow in front of him. When he looked carefully, wasn't it Qin Shiyue who was still in the hall? How did he appear in front of him in such a short time? Without waiting for Situ Yueming to understand, Qin Shiyue waved his right hand, and the flexible sword slashed towards Situ Yueming. Seeing Qin Shiyue use the flexible sword to slash at him, Situ Yueming was puzzled. Could the flexible sword be used like this? But Qin Shiyue's sword slash was smooth, and the technique was strange. It was even faster than a sword stab. At this time, Situ Yueming was already at the end of his tether. He hadn't even stabilized his Zhen Qi from reversing the flow of his Zhen Qi, so how could he possibly summon any more Zhen Qi? With a pu sound, Situ Yueming's head was separated from his body. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground. You actually killed him. At this time, everyone had just arrived at the entrance of the hall. Murong Jian angrily pointed at Qin Shiyue and asked, "You didn't know that he was my guard?" Qin Shiyue shook the flexible sword and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled and said, "Commander Murong, you seem to have forgotten that mistakes are inevitable in a battle. I am truly sorry." Without waiting for Murong Jian to speak, Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, although Lord Qin made a mistake, the result of the battle has already been decided. Does Sir have any orders?" "Orders?" Murong Jian shrugged. He looked at the flexible sword that was still dripping with blood and said, "You have more people. Just now, a little brat that came out of nowhere was able to interrupt the battle. This Lord Qin even had the guts to slash my guard. What can I say? Just wait and see. We, the Navy, will not be bullied by anyone." Actually, everyone present was well aware that Murong Jian did not come here with good intentions to propose marriage. These guards were probably set up long ago. However, he had used words to trap everyone. He only said that it was a marriage proposal and a competition, so no one could do anything to him. Moreover, he was the commander of the Navy and was also the relative of the city's garrison. If the 3 seas and 7 rivers wanted to live in Jingyu City, they had no choice but to lower their heads. After Murong Jian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Jiaoqing stopped him and said, "Commander Murong, Lord Qin won the battle today. A man's words carry enormous weight. Don't mention this marriage proposal again in the future. What do you think?" Murong Jian gritted his teeth and said, "A man's words cannot be taken back. Since this commander lost to Lord Qin today, as long as Lord Qin is alive, this commander will not see Lady Jiaotong for a day." These words were strange, but the meaning was in line. Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, don't be like this. The Navy and the South Sea are still friends. If you're free in the future, you are still welcome to come to our residence." Murong Jian coldly snorted and was about to leave. Su Jiaotong called out, "Lord Murong, please bring back the box you brought later." After speaking, she ran back to the main hall. Not long after, she came out with the box and casually tossed it to Murong Jian. Murong Jian bitterly smiled and received it. He patted it and said, "Su Jiaoqing, you didn't even open the box to take a look." Su Jiaoqing smiled and shook his head. He did not reply. Seeing this, Murong Jian felt bored. He held the box in one hand and stroked it with the other as he walked past Qin Shiyue. At this time, something strange happened. Murong Jian activated some mechanism. With a creak, a black light shot out from the small box and headed straight for Murong Jian's heart. Chapter 281. Qin Shiyue was very close to Murong Jian and had already let down his guard. The black light from the mechanism came so quickly that Qin Shiyue didn't even have time to react before it pierced his heart. Qin Shiyue's right hand immediately covered his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell limply to the ground. "Little you," Su Jiaodong finally called out and ran to Qin Shiyue with tears streaming down her face. The Su Jiao King and the others were also furious. Just as they were about to step forward and surround Murong Jian did not panic. He swung his right hand upwards, and a whistling arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, it exploded with a pa sound. After that, a faint clamor could be heard from outside. Su Jiao asked, "Lord Murong, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has treated you well. What do you mean by this?" Murong Jian sneered. "Old man Su, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been in the Southern Sea for too long. Isn't it time to consider changing owners? I'm soft-hearted, so I'll help you share your responsibility. From now on, I'll take care of everything in the Serpent Palace." "You?" Su Jiao couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Murong Jian and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Murong, I respect you as the Navy commander of this city and have treated you well. Although I haven't personally dealt with you, Jiaodong and the others have always been respectful to you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and have been plotting against my Serpent Palace for so long. Ha ha, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace is nothing but a nobody in the Jianghu. In the future, you'll be recruited by the government and have a bright future. It's better than riding on the Tenryu sex boat. Moreover, after you've submitted to the government, I'll take back the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's name. It's better than being a serpent under the Tenryu sect." Su Jiao didn't let it go and said, "The government and the Jianghu have always minded their own business. Everything in the Jianghu is decided by the people of the Jianghu. You're just a small commander and you dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Little Murong, if you know what's good for you, let go now. You go your way and I'll go mine. I won't say anything about you in front of General Liu. What do you think? Ha ha. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wait until I take you all down, then what's done is done. What can General Liu say? I'll first offer the wealth of the South Sea Dragon Palace. In the future, the income of the South Sea will be increased by 30%. Do you think he will still remember your friendship? You want to take us down? Ha ha. Do you think you're City Wimming?" The Su Jiao King found it funny. Before the Su Jiao King could finish his words, Murong Jian's figure flashed, leaping towards Qin Shiyue. When Qin Shiyue collapsed on the ground, Su Jiaodong was the first to rush over, followed by Ying Fei, whose face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, seeing Murong Jian rushing over, Ying Fei pulled out his sword and blocked in front of him, thrusting his sword towards Murong Jian. In Ying Fei's mind, his sword would definitely force Murong Jian to retreat. Unfortunately, reality always exceeded his imagination. Murong Jian's figure spun and dodged to the side. He took out a dagger from his bosom and casually flicked it. It was precisely Ying Fei's wrist. Ying Fei's heart jumped. How was this the clumsy and ugly man he saw at the city gate? He quickly retracted his hand and drew a sword flower with his sword, guarding an opening. However, Murong Jian didn't even bother with him. He flashed past him and moved to Su Jiaodong's side. Su Jiaodong was facing Qin Shiyue, who was lying on the ground. Why would she care about anything else? Murong Jian reached out and grabbed Su Jiaodong. The dagger was pressed against her throat. He turned around to face the crowd and said with a smile, "Naturally, I don't need to take you all down. I only need to follow Miss Jiaodong and wait for my subordinates to take over the manor. What do you all think?" While he was speaking, Su Jiaodong struggled forward and bumped into the dagger in his hand. Murong Jian was shocked. He quickly exerted strength in his hand and firmly held Su Jiaodong in his hand so that she couldn't move. Then, he looked at the crowd whose faces had changed and said, "Old man Su, look at you all. This commander originally wanted to take the soft path and start with Miss Jiaodong. First, I will let you enjoy being a father-in-law. However, this Su Jiaodong didn't fall for this young master's trick and didn't give this commander a chance. If it wasn't for the Righteous Alliance's City Yueming, I wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyue had also come to Jinghua City. I originally wanted to use the opportunity when Situ Yueming got rid of Qin Shuriwe to persuade you with a betrothal gift. However, I never thought that my flawless plan would be ruined by a random person. However, fortunately, I still had a backup plan. Father-in-law didn't want to accept the betrothal gift, so I could only let Qin Shuriwe accept it. Hee, you think I don't know that he is Qin Shuriwe? You still want to act like an elder in front of me. If I don't kill him, who will? He still wants to snatch a beauty from me. He must be tired of living. All right, father-in-law, this commander won't talk too much with you. Miss Jiaodong, come with me first. After we consummate our marriage, we will return to pay our respects to your family. After speaking, he hugged Su Jiaodong and was about to walk out. How could the crowd be willing to comply? They all pulled out their weapons and ran forward. Murong Jian used a dagger to point at Su Jiaodong's throat and said, "All of you stop. If you take half a step forward, I will make my move and slit Jiaodong's throat." Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to go forward. Su Jiaodong struggled with all her strength to get closer to the dagger. However, Murong Jian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. How could Su Jiaodong struggle? Zhang Xiaohua was also standing behind the crowd. She was considering whether or not to make a move to save Su Jiaodong. At this time, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. "I have long since found you an eyesore. Murong, Situ, Huangpu, Shangwan, I hate these compound surnames the most. Do you think you are acting in a garden?" Murong Jian was shocked. This voice was very familiar. Could it be? He didn't dare to imagine. He quickly turned around. What entered his eyes was a smiling face with a head full of white hair and a sword light that slashed horizontally towards him. This was also his last impression in this world. Immediately, his big head flew into the sky along with the sword light. Blood splashed all over Su Jiaodong's body. When Jiaodong heard this unforgettable voice, she was already in a daze. How could she care about this? She flew into Qin Shuyue's arms. Her blood also stained Qin Shuyue's body. Qin Shuyue smiled and stroked Su Jiaodong's black hair. After a while, Su Jiaodong understood what was going on. She grumbled coquettishly and pushed him away. She moved to the side with a shy expression on her face. Ying Fei was the closest to her. He also moved closer and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong?" Qin Shuyue looked at Ying Fei, then looked at the Su Jiao King and the others who were also filled with confusion. She opened her left hand. In her hand was a short arrow. There was no trace of blood on the arrow. Qin Shuyue then used her hand to pull out a hole in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I have frightened everyone. When I went out, my master gave me a treasure to protect my heart. I originally thought that my master was being too careful. I didn't expect that I would use it here. This Murong Jian is really a bastard. He actually acted so well. I didn't expect him to have such skills. Moreover, he has such big ambitions. I really didn't expect him to have such great skills." The Su Jiao King smiled and said, "Lord Qin is wise and resourceful. You have really opened my eyes. However, this Murong Jian's tricks are like child's play in front of Lord Qin. Lord Qin easily resolved it and even managed to get so many secrets out of him. This old man and the others are full of admiration." Then he listened to the sounds outside and said, "However, this guy also has some influence in Jinghua City. The people outside the villa must be his subordinates who are attacking. Lord, this old man's villa is only a temporary residence in Jinghua City. We are also familiar with the government's forces. We don't have much defensive power. After attacking for a while, we must have reached our limit. Although we are not afraid of the soldiers, we do not fight with the officials. Moreover, they're using the government's name and have other plans. Moreover, we killed Murong Jian. It will be difficult to explain to General Liu. The guards of Jinghua City won't let us go. In this old man's opinion, Lord Qin, why don't we hide for a while and talk to General Liu after these things have calmed down? What do you think?" Qin Shuyue said apologetically, "Su Jiao King, I acted quickly and killed Murong Jian. It seems that I have provoked a troublesome matter. The matters here have always been managed by the Su Jiao King. Naturally, I will listen to the Su Jiao King. We will do as you say." The Su Jiao king said, "It's not that we are afraid of the government. Murong Jian has been killed. Our dragon god sect has never been afraid of anyone. It's just that we are in their territory. It's difficult for two fists to fight against four legs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's leave the city first." Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, "We will follow the Su Jiao king's arrangement." When the Su Jiao king heard this, he turned around and said, "Everyone, let's go. Follow this old man out of Jingwei City. Let's go to the South Sea and have some fun." The other two seas and seven waters laughed and said, "Let's go. We all live on the water. We don't feel at ease on the ground. It's better to go back to the water." After that, they followed the Su Jiao king to the back of the hall. When everyone moved, Zhang Xiaohua was revealed behind them. When Qin Shiriyue saw this, he smiled and said, "Rin Xiaoyao, thank you for saving my life. I will not forget it. However, you still have the cauldron, so I don't dare to make the decision to let you go. Follow me back to the Dragon God sect. I will report everything to the sect leader and ask my master to put in a good word for you. As long as you tell the truth, I guarantee that the sect leader will not make things difficult for you. As long as your sect can hand over the cauldron, or you could just tell me your sect, the sect leader will naturally let you go. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. "The cauldron is in my arms. What do you want me to say? I can't take it out. It's really difficult for me." In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua discovered the wonderful use of divine sense in martial arts, he was no longer afraid of Qin Shiriyue. He was confident and capable of escaping from Qin Shiriyue's pursuit and even winning. However, looking at the current situation, there must be a lot of navy outside. He would not be stupid enough to leave Qin Shiriyue's protection and make trouble for those soldiers. Therefore, he said with a smile, "Since Lord Qin said so, I will follow you. Please put in a good word for me in front of your sect leader in the future." Chapter 282. Qin Shiriyue was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's cooperation. The situation just now was really critical. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua, he would have been poisoned to death on the ground. Therefore, on one hand, he was ruthless to Situ Yueming and Murong Jian, not letting them live. On the other hand, he was really grateful to Zhang Xiaohua from the bottom of his heart. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was involved in an important matter that the leader of the divine sect cared about. Otherwise, he could have made the decision to let Zhang Xiaohua go. Of course, what he said to Zhang Xiaohua just now was also sincere. He was not a gentleman who did not repay kindness. Qin Shiriyue never thought of himself as a gentleman. However, he disdained to be ungrateful. Everyone followed Lord Su Jiao around the hall. On the other side of the island, there were a few smaller boats. Everyone sat separately. Although Su Jiaodong lost her composure just now and didn't get close to Qin Shiriyue again, she still chose to sit in the same boat as Qin Shiriyue. Although one was surrounded by everyone and the other was standing silently at the bow of the boat, her eyes still secretly and inadvertently glanced over. After everyone boarded the boat, Lord Su Jiao gestured to a servant. The servant turned around and soon, a special signal flew into the air. Lord Su Jiao smiled and said to Qin Shiriyue, "Let's go now. Let the men disperse too. It's not good to fight with these navies who don't know the inside story. We might have to meet again in the next day." Qin Shiriyue nodded and said, "Lord Su Jiao is very thoughtful. I wonder if we—" Lord Su Jiao pointed to the other side of the lake and said, "When we settled down in Jingwei City, the Jiao Palace had already thought about it. Jingwei City isn't our territory, so we always feel like we're under someone else's control. This escape route was arranged long ago and hasn't been used for so many years. Lord Qin, you've got a taste of something new this time." Qin Shiriyue smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Su Jiao is making fun of me. It's better not to have a taste of something new." Everyone roared with laughter, and the slightly tense atmosphere was swept away. On the opposite side of the lake was the back of the manor. It was impossible to reach from either side of the manor on land. The Su Jiao king purposely left a waterway here, which was blocked by an iron fence. After the small boat passed through, a servant closed the fence. The small boat traveled for a while and entered a rugged bend. Jingyu City was the estuary of the river. There were many waterways in the city, which were densely packed like a spider web. Under the control of an experienced servant, the small boat quickly passed through many waterways and arrived at a secluded place. On the shore, the family members had already prepared horses. Even the horse that Qin Shuriwei rode over was among them. The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "Lord Qin, please get on the horse. We'll make plans after we leave the city." Qin Shuriwei nodded with a smile and took the lead to get on the horse. Then, under the leadership of the Su Jiao king, the group of people quickly left Jingyu City. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the navy was attacking the manor of the Su Jiao king, why would they open the city gate? However, things were out of her expectations. There was no interrogation at the city gate, and they directly left. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. This Murong Jian might really be doing this behind the back of General Liu and his 7th uncle's guard. Seeing that there was no danger and they had safely left the city, Zhang Xiaohua's mind became active again. She was ready to find an opportunity to escape. Could it be that she had to follow Qin Shuriwei to that Tenryu sect? Just as she was thinking, Qin Shuriwei asked, "Lord Su Jiao, may I ask where are we going?" The Su Jiao king said with a smile, "Lord Qin, don't be alarmed. This old man originally wanted to let you do your job well in Jingyu City. Who would have thought that such a big mistake would happen? Naturally, we can't stay in Jingyu City any longer. The things that Lord Sect Leader needs are being transported here by sea. Why don't we go to the sea and welcome them? I think that after you receive the things, you should go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. Since you're already here, I won't be able to live with myself if I don't do my part as a host." Qin Shuriwei nodded and said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao King, you didn't plan to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. This time, no matter what, you have to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace to take a look." The Su Jiao King said, "It's all this old man's negligence. I just wanted to let you finish your task as soon as possible, but I neglected it. I should accept my punishment." Then he looked at Su Jiaodong and said, "Lord Qin, this time you know the way. If you're free in the future, you can come often." How could Qin Shuriwei not know what he meant? She said repeatedly, of course, I will come often." When Su Jiaodong heard this, she was also full of smiles and lowered her head to accompany her. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow behind Qin Shuriwei, he had already vaguely heard through his divine sense that they were going to the sea. He couldn't help but be moved when he heard that they were going to go to the sea. The last time he came back from the seaside with his second brother, the accountant of the escort agency told him about the magnificence of the sea. He regretted that he hadn't seen the sea for a long time. Now, he was going to go to the sea. If he could really experience the feeling of the sea, how could he refuse? The thought of running away, just as it arose in his heart, disappeared immediately. Anyway, he already had the ability to escape from Qin Shuriwei. It didn't matter if he stayed here for a while. He would go to the South Sea first and enjoy the journey with Qin Shuriwei. It wouldn't be too late for him to escape when he got tired of it. The group went out of the city. They didn't go along the main road. Instead, they found a familiar path. After running for a while, they came to a place with lush trees and hills. Lord Su pointed at a low-lying place with his whip and said, "Lord Qin, please look. Between those two hills is the secret harbor of our South Sea Dragon Palace." Sure enough, when they turned around the hill, they saw several large ships. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Are these the ships that go to the sea?" Everyone abandoned their horses and got on a ship. Their families led their horses to another ship. Then, they raised the sail and the anchor and sailed out of the harbor. When the ship left the harbor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the ship was sailing on a wide river. The place they had just sailed out of was a rather hidden place where the river flowed back. If they hadn't just come out of that place, how could they believe that there was a harbor between two bare hills? Not long after, there were many boats on the river, big and small. Some went down with the current, and some went against the current. It was really lively. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time on a boat, and it was a novel experience for her. She stood by the side of the boat and looked around. The river was very gentle, and the ship was quite big. It didn't shake very much. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. In the books, it was said that ships swayed violently on the water. Those who had never been on a ship would get seasick easily. However, she didn't feel it all. Lord Su stood at the bow of the ship with Qin Shuriyue and said, "Lord Qin, this is your first time on the sea, right?" Qin Shuriyue nodded and said, "The divine sect is located in a vast area. It's hard to have a chance to go to the sea. We don't even travel on the water." Lord Su smiled and said, "That's good. This time, you can see the scenery of the sea. Besides, I'm a little tired. I'll go to the cabin to rest. Alas, I'm old. My body is unforgiving." Then he turned his head and said, "Jiaodong, come here and tell Lord Qin about the interesting things on the sea." When he saw Su Jiaodong coming forward shyly, he cupped his hands and turned to enter the cabin. Qin Shuriyue and Su Jiaodong stood at the bow of the ship, pointing and laughing. Su Jiaodong gradually got rid of her shyness and smiled brightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to listen to some of the experiences on the sea, but as she listened, she became sentimental. Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to listen anymore. She walked to the stern of the ship and enjoyed the scenery on the river. After a while, the ship left the sea. Seagulls soared, and the sea and sky met. The magnificent scenery made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. In the past, she only saw this scenery in books and didn't feel anything. Now, it seemed like it was 10,000 times more intense than what was described. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling. The world was so beautiful, and life was so beautiful. If she was lucky enough to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, how happy would it be? Looking at the boundless sea, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense without limit. Her state of mind was also constantly improving. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was going to fly with the wind. Perhaps it was because of the vast sea or the improvement of her state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense seemed to be a little stronger, and the range it covered was slightly larger. However, the sea was not as thick as the land. It seemed to be very sticky, and it was difficult for her divine sense to penetrate it. She probed down, but it was difficult to go deep. However, on the boundless sea, her divine sense was a little short. At a glance, the countless stars on the horizon were motionless black dots, which couldn't be seen by her divine sense alone. Zhang Xiaohua understood that the motionless black dots were the distant ship. It was because it was very far away that she couldn't feel its movement. At this moment, the sea was a little rough, and the ship was bobbing up and down. From time to time, waves hit the side of the ship. A salty and fishy smell came, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very refreshed. After a while, she saw a huge ship coming from the other side. It was approaching them. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this still a ship? Compared to the ship she was on, hers could only be called a small boat. When the huge ship got closer, the Su Jiao King walked out of the cabin. He looked at the dumbfounded Qin Shuriyue with a smile and said, "Lord Qin, please. This is the ship that we should take when we go out to sea. This is just a river boat that sent us here. This ship is too deep in the water, and we can't go to the area around Jinghua City." Soon, a basket was thrown down from the huge ship, and the people on the small boat were lifted up one by one. Zhang Xiaohua got on the huge ship, and her footing was very stable. There were no bumps and ups like when she was on the small boat. At this moment, the Su Jiao King explained to Qin Shuriyue again, "The sea is the most turbulent, and it's not as calm as the estuary. A river boat is small, and it's only suitable for the river. If it's in the sea, it'll be overturned by a single wave. If you don't take this huge ship, you can't go out to sea no matter what." Qin Shuriyue sighed and said, "Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you don't go to the sea, how can you see such a huge ship?" Chapter 283. Looking at it from afar, she only felt that the giant boat was very big. But when she was on the deck, she really understood the meaning of the word big. Just one side of the giant boat was wide enough for 8 carriages side by side. The bow and stern of the boat were even more spacious. Countless sailors were busy going back and forth, so it did not seem crowded. The cabin of the giant boat was in the shape of a building in the center. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were as many as 5 floors. Especially the 2 floors below the deck, there were many sailors doing all kinds of work there. There were more sailors than on the deck. At this time, the people on the 2 boats boarded the giant boat. Even their horses were brought up by the sailors and pulled into the cabin to take care of them. Just now in the villa in Jingyue City, they did not have a good chat before Murong Jian disturbed them. Then, they fought and ran away. In such a short time, so many things happened. Only Lord Su Jiaodong and Lord Su Jiaodong communicated with Qin Shihui more. Now that they were finally in their own territory, they did not have to worry about their safety. The lords of the other 2 seas and the gang leader of 7 Water all gathered around and hurriedly expressed their loyalty and concern. In fact, thinking about it just now, it was indeed dangerous. Everyone was a little scared. They actually fell into the trap of a boorish Navy man. Even if they wanted to help, they could not. If it were not for the servant next to them, they did not dare to imagine what would happen. Therefore, among the gang leaders, some struck up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not refuse and smiled and talked nonsense with them. However, he did not talk about his background and origin. Who knew if they had been instructed by Qin Shihui to secretly inquire about him? Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had no experience in Jianghu, and his life experience was also very different, he was smart and had read a lot of books. These people were far from being comparable to him. Even if he talked nonsense according to a few travel books, he could still scare them. Moreover, now that he was looking at these people from the height of immortality, he naturally had a sense of superiority in his heart. This kind of momentum flashed in his chatter from time to time. Not long after, several people struck up a conversation with him. If it were not for his low martial arts and ignorance of some secrets in Jianghu, they would have thought that he was an elite disciple cultivated by a big sect. After chatting for a while, the banquet in the cabin was ready. Then, everyone entered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua had just used his spiritual mind to scan the cabin, but when he entered, he was still shocked by the sight in front of him. Not to mention that the cabin was actually twice as big as the hall of the villa, the gorgeous decoration, the coiling dragon pillars, the magnificent palace lanterns, and other things made him infinitely surprised. After entering the banquet, everyone drank freely. They talked and urged Qin Shihui to drink. Although Su Jiaodong was very unwilling to let Qin Shihui drink too much because she was worried about his body that had just been poisoned, how could she say it out loud? Qin Shihui did not understand several hints, so he could only sit aside and watch worriedly. Fortunately, Yingfei was tactful and knew the effect of the detoxification pill. He found an opportunity to whisper it to Su Jiaodong. Only then did Su Jiaodong smile and happily drink a few cups with Qin Shihui. Everyone was a person with profound internal strength, so they were also in a good mood. This banquet would not end. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay at the banquet. He found an opportunity to go forward and leave. Qin Shihui and Yingfei knew his problem. Besides, where could he escape to in this vast sea? They were very relieved and let him go first. Before leaving, Qin Shihui comforted him with a smile and asked him to have a good rest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that today's words were true, so he thanked them and let the sailor take him out of the cabin. The room arranged for Zhang Xiaohua was on the 2nd floor of the cabin. It was a room about the same size as his hut in the Huanqi villa. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and looked around. He used his spiritual mind to scan the room. He felt that there was nothing wrong, so he carefully closed the door. There were several windows in the room. Zhang Xiaohua casually pushed open a window. A salty sea breeze blew in his face. It was already late at night outside. His ears were full of the sound of the sea washing the deck. His eyes were full of darkness. Occasionally, there were a few lights, but they were like fireflies. They were far away and could not be seen. Looking further, The dark water was connected with the dark night sky. The sparkling stars in the night sky were reflected in the sea. It was really difficult to distinguish which part was the night sky and which part was the sea. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a great sense of loneliness. He was like a little ant in the endless darkness, helpless to control his fate. But immediately, he was filled with a kind of incomparable pride. It seemed that the endless darkness was not really darkness. There were countless colors hidden in the darkness. He also had a desire to control the darkness. He wanted to uncover the surface of the darkness and reveal the mystery in the dark. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts. His path of immortality had just begun. Perhaps after cultivating for a long time, he would be able to reveal the mysteries of the world. Leaning against the window and facing the wind, Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable. He suddenly thought of his levitation technique. Now that he could float a little, when he cultivated it to the peak, would he be able to fly around in the air like the wind? However, he believed that this realm was not something that he could achieve with the third level of the ethereal steps technique. If he had the opportunity to learn the next few levels of the technique, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the third level of the technique was exchanged for by him saving Oyan's life. He did not know how many more levels there were and what he could use to exchange for them. Openg's life? Zhang Xiaohua laughed at himself. How could that be possible? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua thought of his earth escape technique. This technique did not seem to have any levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, would there be a miraculous effect? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking back to that day, he thought that the earth escape technique was to dig a tunnel in the ground. It was really funny. From the way the earth escape technique was recorded, it was undoubtedly an immortal technique. How could its effect be compared to the earth escape technique? Maybe it was a technique that allowed him to walk in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to start comprehending the earth escape technique when his heart was moved. He had not practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist for a long time. Why not take advantage of the fact that no one was watching and practice it? His divine sense swept across the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Therefore, he felt at ease and practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist until the long-lost warm current tempered his bones. Only then did he stop. This kind of comfortable feeling was indescribable. If it was not for the lack of time, he would have practiced the third level of the Big Dipper mystical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did not plan to continue comprehending the earth escape technique. It was late at night, and he had a premonition that he would be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 primordial stones from his bosom and held them tightly in his hands. He assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. When the heaven and earth yuan qi began to enter his body, his divine sense left his body and spread over the sea surface of the giant boat to guide the heaven and earth yuan qi. Unexpectedly, there was a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface. It was even more than that in the medicinal field. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why, but he still guided it. The heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be somewhat different from that on land. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be more vigorous and moist. When the heaven and earth yuan qi entered the body, after being tempered by the meridians, it made the meridians more flexible. When Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, midnight came. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a deep sleep. He did not even withdraw his divine sense. If this was a normal sleep, the divine sense would naturally return to the body. However, Zhang Xiaohua's sleep was dominated by the flickering light, and he did not withdraw it. When the flickering light filled Zhang Xiaohua's dream, his surroundings were also shrouded in a kind of weak flickering light. The starlight in the night sky was still shining, but on this empty sea surface, it attracted more starlight. The divine sense also increased the traction force, constantly drawing the heaven and earth yuan qi into the body. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surrounding sea area was also constantly replenished and absorbed. In Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the primordial stones were also absorbed at a speed 10 times faster. After a few hours, the starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body became more and more intense. It had already changed from invisible and transparent to now emitting a faint layer of milky white brilliance. It was extremely thin, like a layer of moonlight sprinkled on the body. However, the moon in the sky had already fallen on the other side of the giant ship and did not shine through the window. This brilliance lasted for a few moments, and the flickering frequency in Zhang Xiaohua's dream changed again. It flickered a few times, and the milky white brilliance around him was once again swallowed into the body. The thin and invisible starlight film was restored, but the concentration of the starlight was still the same, and the frequency was also fixed. However, he did not know if this was also a kind of promotion. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated for another night, and the banquet in the cabin also went on for the whole night. A touch of dawn appeared in the distant sky, and the banquet was delayed until it ended. Everyone did not tidy up and went back to their rooms to meditate and adjust their qi. At the place where the sea and the sky met, first it was clear, then it turned red, and that red color gradually burned. Suddenly, a red sun jumped out of the sea with a trace of flame. On the giant ship, on the first floor of the ship, Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and the Flood Dragon King of the Three Seas and Seven Waters, as well as the gang leader, were all admiring the sunrise on the sea, pointing and laughing. In the cabin on the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua also suddenly opened his eyes the moment the flame jumped out. He was facing the window, and that flame was reflected in his deep eyes. In an instant, it seemed to have ignited something in his body. Unconsciously, the zhenqi in the meridians in his body began to circulate crazily, and the flickering of the zhenqi also became faster. The speed at which the zhenqi was extracted from the zhenqi suddenly increased by several times, and this huge amount of zhenqi pushed the refinement of the zhenqi in his body. Zhang Xiaohua still stared at the rising red sun with his eyes wide open. That flame seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, jumping as it breathed, reflecting the sun in the distance. Chapter 284. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the yuan qi from the primeval stones did not slow down because of his inattentiveness. Instead, it became even more frightening. Zhang Xiaohua did not move as he stared at the red sun. No, it should be said that the flames in his eyes reflected the red sun, rising slowly. When the red sun was halfway out, the zhenqi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already reached saturation. He did not change his mental cultivation method, and according to the Carefree Heart Sutra, he used all his strength to attack a certain hidden acupoint in his meridians. It was the same as the first time he tried to level up in the Guizhuang house. The previous few times he failed, he was unable to break through the thin and tough membrane. However, every time he failed, more zhenqi would gather. The zhenqi absorbed from the primeval stones was also continuously refined and supplied. He did not know how many times he tried to break through, but in the end, the membrane could not hold on any longer. Some fine cracks appeared on it, and the abundant zhenqi immediately rushed into the new meridians like mercury. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method changed, and he began to circulate the third level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, at the horizon, a red sun broke free from the shackles of the sea and leapt into the sky. The rising sun was so warm, like the yolk of a duck's egg, making people sigh in admiration. The flames in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately hid in the depths of his eyes and could not be seen. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua close his eyes. When he opened them again, he had human emotions. At this time, the zhenqi in his body also calmed down, smoothly refining in the new meridians. The speed at which he absorbed yuan qi from his hands also gradually stabilized, but it was already several times faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently circulated the third level of the mental cultivation method several times, warming his meridians for a while. Only then did he smile bitterly and stand up. He broke through from the first level to the second level on the southern slope of the Guozhuang house. During his closed-door cultivation for several days, he was in a half-awake state, so he could be considered to have some consciousness. Today, he broke through to the third level, but he was still in a half-awake state. However, the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck was real, and it was all achieved by him mobilizing his Xinqi. Picking up the 2 yuan stones in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that he had absorbed more than 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. It was only then that he understood. From a second level to the third level of the aura refining realm, it had only taken him several dozen days, which could be considered inconceivable. Thinking about what he had experienced in the past several dozen days, going up Shi Chui Mountain to kill the bandits, going down Shi Chui Mountain to escape from Qin Shiyue, suffering torture at Qin Shiyue's hands, and helping her out in Jinghua City, he could be considered to have gone through a lot of hardships. His mental state had already reached a certain level long ago, but it was only because his Xinqi was insufficient that he couldn't break through. Last night, when he sensed the heaven and earth, he gained something. He actually absorbed 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. In other words, it was a genuine yuan stone. This yuan stone could not be compared to the broken stones in the auspicious 3 treasures. It would be strange if he couldn't break through. There was one more thing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Everything below the 6th level of the aura refining realm was the primary level of the aura refining realm, and it was the most difficult to get started. In fact, as long as he got started, he would be able to cultivate the first level of the cultivation technique, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate the next few levels. What was really difficult to cultivate were the 6th level of the middle level and the 6th level of the high level. Those levels couldn't be cultivated simply by absorbing yuan qi. However, in this era where the path of immortals had been annihilated and martial arts were prevalent, who could tell him? The records in the Carefree Heart Sutra were only theoretical things. How could they be as detailed as what his master taught him? Outside the window, the blue sky stretched for thousands of miles. Seagulls soared in the sky, and the endless waves rippled. It was truly a beautiful scene. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release his divine sense. He was delighted to find that the range of his divine sense had been further expanded. It was actually several times larger than before. The entire ship and a large part of the sea were covered by his divine sense. Even the sea that he couldn't penetrate yesterday was now much deeper than before. This kind of divine ability that only middle-level aura refining cultivators possessed was actually possessed by Zhang Xiaohua early on. It was indeed a difficult mystery to solve. The people on the deck watched the sun rise above the sea, but they still hadn't woken up from the beautiful scenery. They didn't know that the inconspicuous youngster on the second floor had already stepped into a whole new realm. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the intention to go downstairs to the deck. He was originally a prisoner of Qin Shiyue. Even if she saved his life, he wouldn't put himself on the same level as the gang leader of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. He didn't want to blindly get involved with others. Moreover, what he needed to do most now was to improve his strength and quickly appreciate the magnificence of the sea. Then he would find a chance to escape. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave his room for the whole morning. Except for the breakfast delivered by the sailor, he had been practicing martial arts. He didn't stop until he had tempered his bones 9 times. The nameless sword in his left hand didn't need to be practiced anymore. He knew it like the back of his hand. Then he concentrated on practicing the incantation of the earth escape technique. The incantation was very difficult. After he comprehended the first incantation, he didn't make any progress on the second incantation. The key was that after Zhang Xiaohua tried, He didn't think that he should comprehend the incantations one by one and then combine them. The first incantation was to extract chi. The second incantation was to guide chi. If there was no chi being extracted, the second incantation couldn't be performed no matter what. Therefore, after several attempts and Zhang Xiaohua's own reflection, he completely overthrew his previous idea of comprehending the incantations one by one. Fortunately, he had now entered the third layer of chi refining. The amount of chi in his body was several times larger than before. When he performed the first incantation, it was more than easy to extract chi. Zhang Xiaohua extracted chi. There was a ball between his fingers that was hard to see with the naked eye. Then he formed the second incantation with his fingers, trying to guide the ball of chi. However, he was careless and made a mistake. The chi immediately scattered. Zhang Xiaohua already had countless previous experiences. He released his divine sense and completely covered the ball of chi. It was then absorbed back into his meridians. This repeated several times, but he still couldn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit impetuous. He knew he should have comprehended the incantation to this point in the morning. He didn't know what kind of taboos there were in cultivating the path of immortality, but when he was studying, young Master Li Jinfeng once said that the path of learning should be balanced between tension and relaxation. If he blindly pushed himself into a dead end, not only would he fail, but it would also be harmful to himself. Presumably, this was how learning should be. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to the windowsill. Without using his divine sense, he could see Qin Shuriyue and Su Jiaodong standing at the bow of the boat. Su Jiaodong spread her arms and looked like she was flying with her eyes slightly closed. Qin Shuriyue was standing behind her with her arms around her waist. Facing the wind, they were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. What an affectionate couple. It's only been a few days, but they're already so passionate. However, after the covetousness, there was a trace of jealousy. Ever since those eyes flashed in his heart that day, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he hadn't forgotten her. However, the world was so big, who knew where she was? Using his divine sense, he scanned the entire boat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Water Gang leader were hiding in the cabin, smiling as they watched the infatuated couple perform under the sunlight. Ying Fei was so bored that he tossed the sword in his hand back and forth. He always had 1,000 complaints, but he didn't dare to disturb Lord Qin's flirting. Seeing Ying Fei playing with the sword, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. Other than the Fist of the North Star and the Nameless Sword, he didn't have any other attacking methods. It'd be great if he could practice some sword techniques. Thinking of the Dharma sword in the Dalan Temple, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. Those were all martial arts, sword techniques, which might not be suitable for him. Even if he learned them, they might not be useful. Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword from his chest. Now he no longer doubted the origin of this small sword. There was no doubt that it was an item from the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was once glorious in this world. Even if it was destroyed, many items must have been scattered. It was just that the people in the world didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and was attracted by the small sword's faint fluctuation of primordial qi. He had already sensed this fluctuation before, but he didn't have time to study it. Now he had the time. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't see the words that appeared in the jade slip. He also didn't see the pair of jade bracelets. There was a restriction that bounced back. It was just that it easily penetrated. There seemed to be a space in the small sword, but it was different from the space in the money bag. The space in the money bag was used to store things, but the space in the small sword obviously didn't exist. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. What was the space for? So he used his left hand to play with the small sword while using his divine sense to scan the space in the small sword. Coincidentally, at this moment, a huge wave hit and the giant boat swayed slightly. Ying Fei, who was downstairs, lost his balance and the sword in his hand fell out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was upstairs, also lost his balance. However, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand immediately grabbed the hilt of the small sword. But at this moment, his divine sense was still in the small sword space. Like a conditioned reflex, he instinctively used his divine sense to control the small sword. He wanted to stop the small sword in the air and prevent it from falling. In the end, a miracle happened. The heavy small sword actually stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down. His left hand just happened to grab the hilt of the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment. Then his face immediately showed ecstasy. Could this be the secret of the small sword? He placed the small sword flat on the table and immersed his divine sense into it. He wanted to use his divine sense to move the small sword, but when his divine sense entered the small sword, it felt as if he was carrying a 10,000 gene heavy armor. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. If he hadn't really stopped the small sword for a moment, just now, Zhang Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to be so whimsical. Zhang Xiaohua had always used his divine sense to scan. How would he know how to use his divine sense? He could only think about moving in his heart, but the small sword didn't move at all. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was racking his brains to move the small sword, he suddenly slapped his head. AI, didn't he have the textbook in his hand? Why did he have to fumble around? He immediately withdrew his divine sense from the small sword and carefully recalled the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Sure enough, at the 10th layer of Qi refining, he found a record of moving objects. Chapter 285. Object Manipulation was a basic cultivation method for immortal cultivation. Basically, as long as one had divine sense, the first thing they could do was to manipulate objects. After all, this was the most basic difference between immortal cultivators and ordinary people. Moreover, this object manipulation ability was also the foundation for many other abilities, such as flying swords, the control of various magic weapons, and so on. Without object manipulation, it was unimaginable. The incantation for object manipulation was very short and not very obscure. Zhang Xiaohua recalled it for a while and recited it in her heart. She already had a general impression of it, and then lowered her head and closed her eyes to comprehend it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua did not make any other movements. Her right hand formed a simple incantation, and she muttered in her heart. She separated a small strand of her divine sense and sent it into the small sword. At first, it felt abnormally heavy, but after several attempts and pondering, Zhang Xiaohua gradually got the hang of it and became proficient. She felt the small sword gradually become lighter. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small sword suddenly moved. Then, like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, it stuck its head out, and then the entire small sword left the table and swayed up and down. However, after passing the most difficult step, the following steps immediately became smoother. Not long after, the small sword moved under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, and its trajectory became clear. Most importantly, under the control of the object manipulation incantation, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel much weight under the control of her divine sense. It did not feel like she was holding it with her hands at all. This really made Zhang Xiaohua click her tongue in wonder. It turned out that the small sword was controlled by divine sense and not by hand. When Zhang Xiaohua could skillfully maneuver the small sword in the cabin and go wherever she wanted to go, it was already noon. Zhang Xiaohua was playing happily when a sailor knocked on the door. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the small sword and blamed herself for being careless. Now that she was at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, the consumption of her divine sense was not much. Why didn't she release her divine sense more often? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense out of her body before she got up and opened the door. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask someone to bring the food to the cabin to eat, but she had been cultivating in the morning and felt a little bored. She wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so she followed the sailor downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua had not yet come downstairs, but his divine sense had already swept through the entire ship. The banquet had already been arranged in the cabin, and everyone had already begun to happily toast each other, beginning to enjoy themselves luxuriously. Zhang Xiaohua's entrance did not attract too much attention. Qin Shiriyue just looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded as a greeting. Zhang Xiaohua found a table at the door and sat down. Not long after, the sailor brought the food and wine. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and picked up the chopsticks to eat. The banquet in the cabin did not belong to her. She was just here to fill her stomach. The Three Seas Flood Dragon King and Seven Waters Gang leader were also fully aware of Zhang Xiaohua's background. They understood that he was related to their hierarch's important matter. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua yesterday were still a little worried, so no one came to disturb them today. Zhang Xiaohua focused on eating and soon finished eating. Just as he was about to get up and leave, his divine sense suddenly detected a ship similar to this one rapidly approaching. His heart skipped a beat, and he gave up on the idea of leaving. As expected, a sailor ran in and whispered into the creeping WYRM King's ear in less than a moment. After the sailor left, Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "Everyone, the things for our hierarch have been delivered. Now, Lord Qin can rest assured. Please have another cup of wine, and we will present the things to him." Hearing this, Qin Shiriyue was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank with everyone. She said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality. Let's go. Lord Su Jiao, take me to see what good things you have prepared for our hierarch." Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "It's nothing. Our hierarch didn't prepare many things this time. It's just a box. There are many other things, but they're all secular things. I don't know if our hierarch and Lord Qin are satisfied with them." After saying that, he led everyone out of the cabin, and Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed behind. A huge ship broke through the waves and came over. Its appearance and size were exactly the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were on. Moreover, there was a black dragon flag on the mainmast. Needless to say, it was the ship of the South Sea Serpent Palace. When the ship approaches, a group of sailors carries a dozen large boxes over. The size of the boxes is about the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua plundered from the secret chamber in Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua is curious. Before they carry the boxes over, he has been scanned by his divine awareness. It is not a big deal, but his saliva is about to flow out. Zhang Xiaohua had gotten 3 big boxes of money bags in the secret chamber in Shizue Mountain. He didn't count them carefully, but the things inside had made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy for a long time. He had never seen such wealth in his life. At that time, he had been shouting that he was rich, but those things were inferior to the things in the boxes in front of him. Not to mention that there were not as many things in the boxes. The quantity was also much less. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The bandits in Shizue Mountain were just ordinary people. How could they be compared with the South Sea Serpent Palace? They had a big family and a big business. They could easily give Zhang Xiaohua something that would scare him to death. Sure enough, Lord Su Jiao said to Qin Shiriyue, "Lord Qin, these are all secular things for our hierarch. They are not worth mentioning. There are only 10 boxes in the gift list. Please deal with the rest." Qin Shiriyue said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao is too polite. How can I accept this?" "Lord Qin, you don't have to be so polite. In the divine sect, you always need to bribe people. Even if you don't like these secular things, there will be other people in the sect who are interested in them. Besides, you don't go out often, so it's rare for someone to be filial to you. Now you've accepted them, but Lord Garuda won't like them." Qin Shiriyue thought for a moment and said, "Then I won't be so polite to you. I will come to the South Sea often in the future. Please give me more guidance." The more Lord Su Jiao looked at Qin Shiriyue, the more he liked her. He said, "Well said. When you finish your task and come to the South Sea, I will welcome you well." Seeing that so many things had nothing to do with a single copper coin, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look at them. In the end, she didn't even look at the box that hadn't been moved yet. She turned around and went to the second floor of the cabin. After closing the cabin door, Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword that she practiced in the morning. She used the magical power of controlling objects to control it, and moved around the small cabin. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She had the ability to control objects, but it wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Where did the sword skills of the immortal Dao come from? Naturally, she thought of the sword skills that she was proficient in using her left hand. She remembered that when Elder Yu taught her, there were sword skills and general principles. She had practiced a few sword skills with her left hand, but she couldn't figure out the general principles. Why not take it out and study it now? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled. She matched the general principles with controlling objects. Then, she realized that the nameless sword skills were sword skills that could only be used to control objects. No wonder many of the skills were from unimaginable angles. If she only used her arm, how could she do it? In fact, what she could use with her left hand could only be used with her right arm. As for the skills that she couldn't use with her right arm, she couldn't practice them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua realized again. It wasn't that her aptitude wasn't good enough. It was that those skills couldn't be practiced in martial arts. If she practiced them by force, could she succeed? Thinking about Elder Yu's single arm, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Perhaps this was the result of trying to practice the divine skills. Fortunately, she already knew how to control objects. The general principles were suddenly enlightened. She was also very familiar with the sword skills. This time, she only needed to switch from her hand to her divine sense. Although she wasn't used to it, it was still very easy. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua was able to practice the few variations of the nameless sword skill. When she finished practicing, she realized that the nameless sword skill wasn't like what Elder Yu said. It wasn't just a few variations of a single sword skill. Instead, it was a few completely different sword skills. It was just that using one's divine sense to drive and using one's arm was completely different. Elder Yu cultivated from the perspective of martial arts, so he naturally thought that it was just a few variations of a single sword skill. If she used her divine sense to drive it, it would be a series of sword skills. However, this sword skill was obviously a few variations of a set of sword skills. It didn't seem like a complete set of sword skills. No wonder Elder Yu said that it was an incomplete set of sword skills. However, even if it was an incomplete set of sword skills, it was still the first set of sword skills that Zhang Xiaohua mastered. She was able to block Situ Yueming's attack with her left hand. If she used this small sword that was driven by her divine sense, she would definitely be able to win. Zhang Xiaohua practiced the sword skills with satisfaction before she put away her flying sword. At this time, everyone had returned to the cabin on the first floor. More than a dozen boxes were placed in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to look at them, but the incomplete set of sword skills made her change her mind. She released her divine sense and secretly observed the big box that had a lot of vital energy fluctuations. She thought to herself, I wonder if there are any jade slips that record the sword skills in this box. In the cabin on the first floor, the sailors placed the big boxes on the spot. Su Jiao Wang didn't open them one by one for Qin Shirui to see. Instead, he opened the big box that was filled with all kinds of jade items and said, Lord Qin, look, these are the things that we gathered from the 3 seas and 7 waters. Please take a look. Qin Shirui didn't dare to be careless when she saw this. She walked forward and carefully took some of the jade items. There were all kinds of jade items. Some looked like small pieces of jade, some looked like jade knives, and some looked like small umbrellas. Qin Shiyue's eyes lit up as she flipped through the boxes. She took out a big piece of jade that was different from the other jade items. Chapter 286. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. How could he not know that it was a primordial stone? Qin Shirui was surprised and a little surprised. She took out a similar stone from her arms. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it was one of the 3 primordial stones used for the auspicious 3 treasures in Xinji town. Qin Shirui picked up the 2 primordial stones and compared them, but she couldn't see any difference. Even if she injected genuine qi into it, there was no reaction. She sighed and put the primordial stone back in the big box. She looked at the primordial stone in her hand and threw it into the box. Zhang Xiaohua had already scanned it with his divine sense. The primordial stone contained a lot of primordial qi. It was estimated that there was still half of it left. It was a lot more than the primordial stone in Qin Shiyue's hand. However, compared with the small one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was still a lot worse. Qin Shiyue stood and thought for a moment. She took out another primordial stone and 3 scarlet flags from her arms. She was a little reluctant to part with them. She weighed them in her hand and threw them into the box. The hierarch had already known about her battle in Xinji town. The hierarch must want these immortal Tao things. Instead of waiting for the hierarch to ask, it was better to take the initiative to offer them. Although Zhang Xiaohua was far away, he could see more clearly than Qin Shiyue. There were indeed a lot of things in the box. He didn't use his divine sense to observe them. He just immersed his divine sense into a few jade slips on the surface. There was no text. Was there no primordial qi in these jade slips? Then, he found a jade slip with a little stronger fluctuation. Sure enough, there were some incomplete ancient characters in this jade slip. Even if they were badly damaged and couldn't be understood. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head. The immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years. How many things had disappeared in the long river of history? This box of jade slips could only be used. It was really a pity. However, who was the hierarch of the Tenryu sect? He must have collected a lot of jade slips. Even if only 10% of them could be used, it was still a quite amazing number. However, could the hierarch of the Tenryu sect use his divine sense like him? Otherwise, how could he find what he needed from these thousands of jade artifacts? Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious and wanted to see this cult leader. Of course, he quickly dispelled this terrible idea. Seeing how Qin Shiyue killed people like killing ants, this cult leader might be a fiend. It was impossible for him to tell the secret of the purse, so he couldn't take out the cauldron. It was better to avoid such troublesome matters. Anyway, if he were to face Qin Shiyue now, he might not necessarily lose. When he came back from the South Sea, he would find a chance to escape. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Xiaohua also remembers the earth elemental technique. She learned a lot in the morning. She learned how to drive objects and mastered the sword art. Why not strike while the iron is hot and comprehend the earth elemental technique? Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain as well. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, released her divine sense, and began to practice the earth elemental technique. The earth elemental technique's incantation was not as subtle as driving objects. If one mistake was made, she would not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua learned the first earth elemental technique by chance. She practiced the second earth elemental technique for a long time without success. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The Tao of controlling objects was only the most basic ability. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the first technique of earth escape a long time ago. So when he turned around and cultivated the most basic technique, it would naturally be extremely simple. Since she could drive the small sword, Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the sword art countless times. She had already known it well. Now, she just changed it from her hands to her divine sense. It was naturally easy for Zhang Xiaohua to use the new driving method. So many years of accumulation and so many opportunities were exchanged for her mastery of the flying sword in the morning. The earth elemental technique was superior to the levitation technique. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who had no one to guide her, easily master it? After several attempts, she did not know how many times she failed. In the end, she still did not succeed. However, after repeatedly guiding the vital qi, Zhang Xiaohua was now incomparably proficient in the technique of guiding vital qi into her body. As long as it was within her divine sense, her thoughts would all be guided into her body. It was no longer like before, where she had to adjust her breathing and use her perception to guide it. It could not be said that it was the byproduct of an afternoon of hard work. The sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky began to gradually fill with dark clouds. The wind and waves were also getting stronger. Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating, but did not go out to eat. He only let the sailor bring in the food to fill his stomach. In fact, he had recently realized that ever since he could guide vital qi into his body, especially from the vital stones, his need for food had clearly decreased. If it was not for his mother's delicious food or the rare banquet in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would usually eat some simple fruits and vegetables and drink some water to satisfy his hunger. After the meal, the dark clouds had already covered the sky. Before long, bean-sized raindrops fell, accompanied by a strong sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to see the moonlit rainy scene, but the whistling wind and waves shattered his extravagant hope. Even though the windows and doors were tightly shut, he could still hear the sound of the raindrops and the sound of the strong wind and waves crashing against the giant boat. The giant boat swayed greatly with the wind and waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not light up the cabin. He only released his divine sense, but only wrapped it around the giant boat. Although there was only wind and rain and no lightning, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless in this unpredictable sea. In the cabin on the first floor, the flood dragon king of the three seas and the gang leader of the seven waters were used to such storms, so they were not surprised. However, Qin Shuriwei and Ying Fei were different. At this time, they were no longer as carefree as before. Their bodies swayed left and right with the giant boat. Soon, they could not stand it and kept vomiting. The Flood Dragon King's face was bitter, but there was no good way. This kind of seasickness happened from time to time, and it had nothing to do with the level of martial arts. Perhaps they would get used to vomiting after a while. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in the dark cabin. He had always seen Qin Shiyue's cool face, but now he saw her embarrassed appearance. How could he not be happy? Although it was the first time for Zhang Xiaohua to go out to sea and see such strong winds and waves, she had used the levitation skill at the beginning to offset the swaying slightly. Now when she sat down, she did not feel too dizzy. She just felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense out of her body. She held two small primordial stones in her hand and concentrated on absorbing them. Since she entered the third level of qi refining, the speed of absorbing primordial qi had increased several times, and the tendons and meridians in her body could hold more genuine qi. Moreover, the genuine qi in her tendons and meridians was purer. Although the quantity was less than before, the quality seemed to have improved. Feeling that the primordial qi absorbed from the primordial stones was refined by her tendons and meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shake her head. The process of cultivation was really slow. If she absorbed primordial qi like this, she did not know when she could reach the fourth level. 1 year, 2 years. As for the later levels, they were even more difficult than the previous ones. He wondered if he would only be able to reach the peak when his hair turned gray. Right, what would happen after she reached the peak? Would it be other things after that? Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to it. Nothing happened that night. In the early hours of the second day, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the dark cabin. She listened outside and then released her divine sense. Outside, the wind and waves were still the same. The rain was already light, but the sky was still covered with a layer of dark clouds. On the first floor of the cabin, Qin Shiyue and the others were all adjusting their breathing and condensing their genuine qi. Although this kind of wind and waves was not suitable for cultivating inner qi, these people were all people with profound inner qi. They did not seek any breakthroughs and only wanted to nourish their genuine qi. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with it. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Qin Shiyue. She felt that he was much better than last night. Although his face was pale, he did not vomit. Su Jiaodong was sleeping peacefully. She was not awakened by the bumpy wind and waves. Presumably, she had already adapted to this environment. Moreover, looking at her smiling face, she must have had some sweet dreams. Zhang Xiaohua got up and did not light the lamp. She only opened the window and let the roaring sea breeze blow in. Then, she shook her spirit and practiced the Fist of the North Star dozens of times. Only when she finished 9 times did she stop. At this time, the sky had already turned white. Behind the dark clouds, a few rays of sunlight could be seen. Even in the distant sky, there were a few pillars of light shooting to the sea. It looked very spectacular. On this cloudy day, the rain was intermittent. Qin Shuriwei occasionally walked on the deck. Everyone knew that he was seasick, so they did not arrange a banquet. They all ate in their own cabins. Only Su Jiaodong was very concerned about Qin Shuriwei. She stayed by his side all the time. From time to time, she would talk about local customs and interesting things, which made Qin Shuriwei laugh from time to time. He actually forgot about his seasickness. This situation made Zhang Xiaohua curse again. Public morals were degenerating day by day. In addition to familiarizing himself with the sword art, Zhang Xiaohua also comprehended the earth escape technique. Under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts, the second earth escape technique also made some progress. He could slightly stimulate the ball of Zhenqi and change its shape. However, if it turned into a ball of thin film to cover the whole body as shown in the earth escape technique, it was still too far away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. If the first time was not enough, he would do it twice. If the second time was still not enough, he would do it 3 times. He was not a smart person since he was a child. He had done many things like making up for his stupidity with diligence. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua still did not go out. He wanted to walk on the deck, but when he thought about it, it was wet and slippery. It was better to admire the scenery on the second floor. He also did not understand why Qin Shuriwei and the others lived on the first floor when the scenery on the second floor was so good. It was late at night, and the rain was even heavier. There were faint thunderstorms in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense out of his body. He could only sit cross-legged, holding 2 vitality stones in his hands, and absorb the Zhenqi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be a little alert. He suddenly opened his eyes and then closed them again. He released his divine sense and scanned the entire giant ship. He did not feel anything unusual. He then extended his divine sense to the entire sea. The entire sea was turbulent, but there was nothing unusual. He was about to withdraw his divine sense when a ship coincidentally broke into his divine sense. Chapter 287. Then the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, a total of 6 huge ships broke into Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was already late at night, and the wind was strong and the waves were high. Who would sail so desperately? Could it be the ships of the other 2 and 7 seas? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed, but did not find any flag embroidered with a flood dragon on the mast of the ship. In fact, there was no flag. Although the 6 ships were very big, they were still a little smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua was on, and their speed was also faster. Carefully scanning the inside of the ship, Zhang Xiaohua found that there were many people wearing armor in the cabin, holding longbows in their hands. There were also a few people in the cabin who were dressed in martial attire, holding weapons such as swords or spears, looking vigilant. There were also a few people at the bow of the ship who were looking at something and saying something. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that these were the Navy soldiers of the government. Those people in martial attire were probably the masters of the Righteous Alliance. What should she do? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about using her divine sense to scan anything and quickly jumped down from the bed. Pushing the door open, she went straight to the cabin on the first floor where Qin Shuriwei was resting. Because the weather was bad, the people downstairs were not in the mood. Qin Shuriwei closed the cabin door early and sat cross-legged to circulate his qi and warm his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and did not care about etiquette. Pushing the door open, she said loudly, "Lord Qin, I have something urgent to tell you." Qin Shuriwei was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a lantern hanging on the ceiling swaying back and forth. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua approached, he had already noticed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, he could not help but frown slightly and scolded. Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Don't you know how to knock and come in? Right. How did you know I live here? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about his scolding and was too lazy to answer his question. She said, Lord Qin, there are 6 Navy ships chasing after our ship. Qin Shuriwei was stunned. She immediately asked, How did you know? Zhang Xiaohua said, I saw it when I was taking a walk on the deck. Is that so? Qin Shuriwei found it strange and said, If you saw it, why didn't Su Jiao King's subordinates see it? This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. They probably didn't notice. Hearing this, Qin Shuriwei hurriedly got down and shouted, Ing Fei, hurry up and call the Su Jiao King. Ing Fei lived next door to Qin Shuriwei. Hearing Qin Shuriwei's roar, he immediately came out. After a while, he called out the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Waters Gang leader. When Zhang Xiaohua told them about the ship, the Flood Dragon King was also shocked. He said, Damn Jing Lauer. If it's really a Navy ship, he shouldn't know that we saw it. How can he be the captain? I'll kill him myself. However, when he hurriedly walked out and looked behind the cabin, he was instantly stunned. The front and back of the ship were pitch black. How could he see the ship? Not to mention the 6 ships. He looked back suspiciously at Zhang Xiaohua and the confused Qin Shuriwei, but he still ordered someone to call Jing Lauer over. Jing Lauer was an old sailor with a head full of white hair, comparable to Qin Shuriwei. When he heard that someone had said that there were pursuers behind the ship, Jing Lauer's face was full of doubt. He took out a long, cylindrical object and looked at it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said decisively, Flood Dragon King, there are no pursuers behind us at all. It's so dark, how can they chase us? I dare to use my reputation as an expert to guarantee you that there is nothing unusual behind our ship. The Flood Dragon King also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, Lord Qin, did you see that? The experts from the Southern Sea Flood Dragon Palace have guaranteed that there are no soldiers chasing after us. Look, Qin Shuriwei frowned and turned to ask, Ren Xiaoyao, how did you see it? Even the experts couldn't see it. How could you see it? Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin Shuriwei didn't smile and knew that he wasn't angry. She said, Well, Lord Qin, to be honest, I didn't really see it either. Qin Shuriwei smiled and said, Then why did you say you saw it? Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, Lord Qin, to be honest, I have a special ability to sense danger. Although it doesn't always work, it usually works when it appears. While I was taking a walk on the deck just now, I felt this kind of danger. That's why I quickly reported it to you. Qin Shuriwei smiled and said, Then when you were at Shitsue Mountain, did you have this kind of feeling? Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, Well, I didn't. But this time I really did. You must believe me. Jing Lauer chuckled and said, Young man, you said that there are soldiers chasing after us based on your feeling. Isn't that too much of a joke? Even with my decades of experience, I can't see it. Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. Who didn't know that experts grew up eating sex? If it wasn't for the fact that I really had divine sense and knew the situation behind us, I might have really believed you when I saw how confident you were. Alas, the experience of an expert was really harmful. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and didn't know how to explain that she knew about this matter. She could only say, Elder Jing, I really did have a feeling. It's a critical moment now. Jing Lauer looked at Su Jiao King and said, Jiao King, you can make a decision. Do you believe in my 50 years of experience or this little kid? Su Jiao King looked at Qin Shuriwei, who was smiling proudly, and said, Well, Jing Lauer, of course I believe in you. Qin Shuriwei looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, Ren Xiaoyao, could it be that you've been too carefree these past few days, so you've become cocky? Jing Lauer said generously, Perhaps this child isn't used to this kind of lonely life on the sea and has hallucinations. This is a common illness. He'll be fine when we reach the shore. All right, everyone, rest early. This old man still has to go down to the cabin. Qin Shuriwei glared at Zhang Xiaohua and turned to leave. The rest of the people also smiled and returned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again. The ships had already spread out and were rushing over to surround them. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to shout, "Lord Qin, Su Jiao King, I'm really right. There really are soldiers chasing after us. It shouldn't be difficult for us to make some defensive moves." Jing Lauer shook his head vigorously and muttered, "This child is stupid, stupid, really stupid." Qin Shirui jumped over and raised her finger. She was about to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point when she said, "Shut up. You haven't tasted the soul-searching hand for a long time, right?" Unfortunately, in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, Qin Shirui was no longer unavoidable like before. Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and dodged to the side. She said, "Lord Qin, don't be impatient. I'll ask Su Jiao King again." "Su Jiao King, if there are soldiers chasing after us, what kind of simple response would you have? The kind that won't alarm many people?" Su Jiao King thought for a moment and said, "Changing the course and increasing the speed are all possible. However, this will alarm the sailors who are already resting." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the lights in the cabin, and her eyes lit up. She said, "How about this? Extinguish all the lights on our ship and wake up the resting sailors. I'll tell you a direction, and we'll go at full speed. What do you think?" This, Su Jiao King was hesitant. At this moment, Jing Lauer said loudly, "Su Jiao King, I object. My subordinates are all tired after a day of work. Now that they finally have time to rest, we can't disturb them. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue forward tomorrow and will delay our journey back to the Southern Sea." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was furious. This guy really grew up eating sex, stubborn old man. However, he also knew that his ability was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that others didn't believe him. He thought for a moment and said, "Su Jiao King, it shouldn't be a problem if we just extinguish the lights on the ship." "I object." Jing Lauer wanted to say something again. Su Jiao King glanced at the ashen-faced Qin Shirui and glared at Jing Lauer. "Shut up. It's fine to extinguish the lights since we need to rest anyway. It's a waste to use them. All right, I'll get someone to extinguish them." Then, he gave the order to extinguish all the lights on the ship. As the lights on the ship went out one by one, the ship slowly sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness saw the 6 ships increasing the speed of their encirclement. When the entire ship was dark, Jing Lauer mocked, "Young man, what's the point of turning the entire ship black? Our Southern Sea Serpent Palace isn't like your countryside. We can still afford to burn some lights." However, before he could finish his sentence, countless lights suddenly lit up on the dark sea around the ship. They illuminated the surface of the sea amidst the wind, rain, and waves. It was the 6 ships. They must have seen the lights on the ship go out and thought they were exposed. If they didn't light up the ship, it would slip away from the darkness. Jing Lauer looked at the lights in the distance as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out, "How is this possible? How can he see it?" Yes, the consciousness couldn't see as far as the eyes, but in this dark night, the consciousness could see what the eyes couldn't see. Su Jiao King looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and asked, "Young master, where should we run to now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Is there a need to ask? The lights over there aren't on, so the ships haven't surrounded us yet. That's the best way to escape." Su Jiao King looked around and saw that there were 6 lights around them. There was only one direction where there was no light. The 6 ships must have not surrounded them yet. If they didn't break through there, where else could they go? He was also desperately trying to find a cure for his illness. Chapter 288. The Creeping Dragon King broke into laughter. He observed the direction of the wind and ordered the sails to be raised so that they could break out of the encirclement. Since they knew the direction to break out of the encirclement, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about anything else. The entire ship was in a mess. The Creeping Dragon King sailors were all seasoned veterans, so they gradually regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. Before he left, Jing glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression. However, He didn't say anything in the end. Qin Shiriyue stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, which made his hair stand on end. Qin Shiriyue said, "Follow me if you need help later." Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Was this concern or warning? However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lord Qin was an important person under the protection of the creeping Dragon King. Following him was the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and agreed with a smile. Qin Shiriyue walked back to the hall on the first floor. The others followed behind him with doubts. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua said that he felt a boat behind him, no one believed him at all. They were all people with profound inner strength, so when they circulated their inner strength in their eyes, they could see a little more than ordinary people. However, in this pitch-black night, with no stars or moon, so what if they had inner strength? However, it turned out that this young man wasn't lying. Moreover, he did say that there were 6 ships. Not one more, not one less. They wanted to ask how this young man knew. They didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Based on his intuition, he might be hiding something. However, Qin Shiriyue wanted to bring Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tenryu sect. Since Qin Shiriyue didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask directly. Did Qin Shiriyue not want to ask? He was also very curious. However, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was very tight-lipped. Even the soul-searching hand couldn't force him to speak. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't be able to force him to. Moreover, he said that it was based on his intuition. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything. Why should he ask for a rebuff? On the other hand, he pointed the soul-searching hand at Zhang Xiaohua in anger. The strength, speed, and angle were all top-notch. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge it. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall to the ground. However, he didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to dodge it so easily. This dodge shocked him even more than when Zhang Xiaohua found out that there were pursuers behind him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. He seemed to be a little powerless to imprison Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and said those words to comfort and appease him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He didn't want to run away now. The sea was vast. Where could he go? What he learned was the earth escape, not the water escape. Besides, he hadn't fully understood it yet. As for Qin Shiriyue, he wasn't an insurmountable mountain in his eyes now. Since there was no fear in his heart, he naturally felt very relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua sat on a chair in the hall and hid in a corner. He wanted to find a dark place, but the hall was brightly lit. Su Jiao Wang politely asked for Qin Shiriyue's opinion. Qin Shiriyue said bluntly, "Su Jiao Wang, this is the first time I'm going out to sea on a ship. How can I suggest anything? You should command according to your own ideas." The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "I know, Lord Qin. Don't worry about this. This isn't the first time the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's ships have been attacked at sea. There are many plans for attack and defense. Jing Lauer is also an old expert. Don't worry." Jing Lao, cough cough. Qin Shiriyue was a little speechless. The Su Jiao king seemed to know that he had said too much. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Qin, do you want to stay in the hall or go outside to take a look? If you want to watch the battle, we can go to the platform on the 3rd floor. The view there is good. However, there will probably be a battle later. It will be very dangerous." Qin Shiriyue was overjoyed when she heard that. She said, "Su Jiao King knows me well. I want to see how this battle is going to be. What's this little bit of danger? Don't we people of the pugilistic world live a life of bloodshed?" Su Jiaodong said anxiously, "Lord Qin, this battle at sea isn't like the pugilistic world. It's better to be careful." Qin Shiriyue didn't think much of it. The Su Jiao King also comforted her. "It's fine. Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful. This battle at sea is a long-range attack. Moreover, we are 1 against 6. We can only run. How would we dare to be entangled? As long as we are careful, there's nothing to be afraid of." The platform on the 3rd floor of the cabin was very wide. The sea breeze whistled and drizzled, making it hard for people to stand steadily. However, they weren't ordinary people. They just needed to circulate their inner force to stand steadily. It was true that the higher one stood, the further one could see. When they looked into the distance and saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The 6 ships surrounded them and were catching up from behind. The faster ships at the side were on par with the giant ship. Moreover, judging from the moving lights, they were obviously faster than the giant ship. Looking at the situation, the experienced 3 seas and 7 waters knew that the ships belonged to the Navy. Only the standard ships of the government could be faster than the ships of the South Sea WIRM Palace. The Su Jiao King estimated the situation and ordered the sailors to go all out and charge forward as fast as they could. If they could break out of the encirclement, they might have a chance of survival. However, if they were surrounded, the situation would be difficult to predict. At this moment, a few huge lightning bolts appeared in front of them. Then, they heard a few muffled thunders above their heads. Everyone was shocked, but the Su Jiao King was delighted. He shouted, "The heavens haven't forsaken me." Qin Shirihue was puzzled. He asked, "The weather is getting worse, and it's difficult for the ships to move. Why do you say that, King Jiao King?" The Su Jiao King pointed at the military ships that were surrounding them and smiled. "Lord Qin, you don't know, but I told you when we just set out to sea that the most frightening thing on the sea is the wind and waves. Only giant ships can maintain stability. The Navy's ships are big, but they're much smaller than ours. The wind and waves are still small, so they won't affect the stability of our ships. There was a thunderstorm just now, and, judging from the weather, there's probably going to be a thunderstorm soon. The bigger the storm, the greater the impact it'll have on the Navy's ships, and we'll have a chance to escape." Qin Shirihue instantly understood. He pointed at the night sky and said, "Then let the storm come more violently." Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right above him with a kacha sound, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was more afraid. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and didn't dare to leave his body. If he attracted the heavenly thunder now, wouldn't he be killed? The sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were really good, except for those who were driving the giant ships, who were trying their best to speed up in the cabins below the deck. The others were holding bows and arrows and standing in a row on the deck. They were all facing the sea solemnly and didn't move at all, allowing the rain to wet their bodies. Zhang Xiaohua stood at a high place and looked at this posture. His heart trembled. In his eyes, this sailor's martial arts were considered low, but with so many people standing together, that kind of threatening momentum was not something he could resist. If he were to fight against them, even if he could kill a few people, he would probably be killed by the remaining people. The best result would be that he could use his Qin Gong to escape. Then, thinking about the mountain bandits of Shitue Mountain, they were really far from this trained sailor. At this moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. If the sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were so powerful, then what about the Navy on the opposite ship? They had undergone formal military training. Wouldn't they be more powerful than the South Sea Serpent Palace? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the Su Jiao King wanted to run away and didn't actively fight. Not only did he not have enough subordinates, but he also didn't have enough quality. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the bean-sized raindrops and the strong storm had arrived. The giant ship was shaking more violently than before, especially when Zhang Xiaohua and the others were standing on a high place. It was easier for them to stand steadily. Su Jiaodong's martial arts were slightly weaker, so she was almost thrown off. Qin Shirihue hurriedly persuaded her to go down. Su Jiaodong really didn't want to leave her lover at this juncture, but she knew that if she stayed here, Qin Shirihue would be more distracted. She could only give some advice and go back to the hall. Qin Shirihue looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was standing steadily like a boulder, she sighed and looked forward again. At this time, the wind and waves were strong. The giant ship couldn't help but sway left and right. The front and back were also undulating, and their speed had obviously slowed down. However, the Navy's ships in the distance were even more unbearable. At first, one of them was almost at the same speed as the giant ship, but now it was lagging behind by a large margin. Just like that, the 7 giant ships chased each other in the dark night. They were almost neck and neck. However, the sky was full of unpredictable winds and clouds, and the ship was full of misfortune and fortune. Just when everyone thought that they were about to escape, they heard a soft kacha sound. One of the masts behind them broke in the middle. It smashed into Qin Shuriwe, who was on the platform in front of them. Before Qin Shuriwe could do anything, the Su Jiao King leaped up and struck the mast with both of his palms. The heavy mast fell diagonally to the side. As soon as the mast fell, the giant ship's speed slowed down. The Su Jiao King looked worried as he said, "Normally, a ship would lower its sails when it's sailing in strong winds and waves. That's the only way to reduce the impact of the winds and waves on the ship. The direction in which we broke through just now happened to be in the direction of the wind, so I raised all the sails and used the wind to escape. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong, and our ship is too big. Even the mast was broken." Qin Shuriwe asked curiously, "Since our mast can break, won't the navies be ordinary too?" The Su Jiao King said with a wry smile, "Their ships are small, and their sails are also small. Naturally, they can't withstand the wind, but their masts aren't necessarily thinner than ours. They might not break." Qin Shuriwe also sighed and stopped talking. As expected, the Navy's ships caught up as soon as the giant ships slowed down. Those ships also changed their strategy and no longer surrounded them from all sides. Instead, they charged straight at them from the side. Presumably, they knew that the giant ship couldn't run anymore and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Looking at the approaching ships, Qin Shuriwe smiled and said, "Su Jiao King, looks like we'll have to fight a tough battle. How confident are we?" The Su Jiao King thought about it and said, "Lord Qin, the Navy's standard ships have 80 to 100 people per ship. These 6 ships should have 600 people. On our giant ship, I brought 160 people with me. I left almost 80 people on the other ship 2 days ago. At most, we only have 240 people. How can we be a match for them? We don't even have a 40% chance." At this point, the Su Jiao King pondered and said, "However, this naval battle doesn't necessarily rely on numbers. If we face any of the ships alone, we're 100% confident. However, their navy has always been well trained, so I'm afraid they won't give us a chance." Hearing this, Qin Shuriwe's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Since you said so, I'm more confident." The Su Jiao King was puzzled. "Lord Qin, please enlighten me." Qin Shuriwe pointed at the 6 ships and said, "I think even if the Navy is from Jinghua City, they might not be the real deal. Perhaps they might be the original Navy on the ships. Although we killed Murong Jian in Jinghua City, he's just a small commander. The reason why we're leaving is because we're afraid of his 7th uncle. Although Jinghua City's garrison is the highest-ranking officer, he might not be able to mobilize all the Navy in Jinghua City. Moreover, based on my judgment, the Navy that's chasing after us might be the garrison's intention, but it's more likely that it's the Righteous Alliance's intention." The Su Jiao King and the others nodded. Qin Shuriwe continued, "If that's the case, they definitely didn't receive General Lu's personal order. The Navy on the ships might not be. No, they're definitely not the standard and definitely not the full complement." The Su Jiao King clapped his hands and said, "In other words, they won't be able to train as smoothly as before. During this interval, we can seize the opportunity to attack one of the ships, seize it, and escape." Qin Shuriwe smiled and said, "Su Jiao King, this isn't your style. Why do you always want to escape?" The Su Jiao King smiled bitterly. "Lord Qin, you're the special envoy of the divine sect. If anything happens to you in the South Sea, the 3 Seas Jiao Palace won't be able to bear the responsibility." The other 2 Jiao Kings nodded in unison. Qin Shuriwe said, "I appreciate Su Jiao King's kindness, but if we only want to escape, we may not be able to do so. I think we should concentrate our forces first, attack the 2 ships, and fight them face to face. Our brothers are all Jianghu people, so their martial arts must be better than the soldiers. Although they outnumber us, we may not lose if we really fight them." Seeing Qin Shuriwe's decision, The Three Seas Jiao King and the Seven Water Gang leader looked at each other and nodded. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. This was an unbreakable truth. If they only wanted to escape, they might not be able to escape. Therefore, the Su Jiao King ordered to retract the sails, turn the ship around, and crash into the ships that were rushing towards them with all their might. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.